Howdy doody everybody, my name is KevGuuey and welcome back to Breath of the Waifu Genshin Impact. So we are doing the... Wait, why is Paimon's oh. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, nice. What? Never gotten that before? Anyways, what was I gonna do? Per se? I literally forgot. I guess I was gonna check out the food thing. Wait, so this is Pala Lily Seafood Soup, a balanced combination of crab and mint make for a clear soup. Crab, mint, and calla lily come together perfectly to dance on your tongue. Oh, this is okay. So this is if I do it non-perfect. Okay, I just never saw this before. I was like, what is this? All right. Anyways, so I realized that I forgot to wait. So why do I have to go here? I have no idea. I did it, but oh yeah, this is what I did not do. I knew I forgot one thing, but yeah, this I did not do. Or I did do. Did I do? Progress? Wait a second. I did do these? I don't remember doing them. I don't remember doing this one. Huh? Oh, wait a second. Did I not? Oh. Maybe it's because I own these characters and that's why they are highlighted, because I know for certain I did not do any of these. I know for certain. And no, it wasn't because of that one episode I forgot. But I know for certain I did not do it. But okay, I guess we can check out this one. I didn't do it. I didn't even do the other ones. So I'm guessing that they made it so that characters you own, you don't have to try them out, I guess. I think that's actually very nice, to be honest. And I like that. Alright, so... yeah, I'm not gonna actually focus on their skills and whatnot. Okay, so this is their... that was a charge. It's the... full combo string, alright. And
shine down.
I was holding it. Interesting. So oh.
Illusion shattered.
Okay, so I was just pressing it, so it doesn't seem like it changes anything. Alright, so what is
torn to oblivion. Shine down.
okay, that's kind of cool. Alright, so this is a charge now. Okay, so seems like okay, so when I do my ult, it seems like I can.
Inazuma shines eternal.
That's a. And then, or is it because they're actually because their status is trying to see if it's because their status. Nope. Alright, so it's because of my ult, I guess? Okay. Neat. I like her special effects though. Her special effects are really kind of cool.
To oblivion.
Yeah, I just wanted to see that. That's actually kind of cool. Alright, now I actually did it. Alright. What's this? Oh, I have those. Alright, so let's begin this quest. Imperatrix. Imperatrix? That sounds much better. Imperatrix Umbrosa Chapter. Okay, so RAIDEN Shogun story quest start. The omnipresent god is a thing of the past, and yet the storm has not abated, and the scars on this land have not healed. Well, I mean, I can kind of see why. She remains deep within her personal plane, balancing eternity and wishes in her hands as if on a scale. Go forth and try to open this god's heart to the images of the transient mortal realm. Rules. Wow, I didn't even know there were rules. Alright, anyways. Please complete the prerequisite. Read the prerequisite. Quest Chapter 2, Act 3, Omnipresence over Mortals. Wait, what? Didn't I do that? Oh, I never got that before.
Live each day
Oh, it's a different thing.
to the fullest.
Okay. It's
That
a
is
different
what life
quest.
in
My
Mondstadt
bad.
is all about, isn't it?
I didn't. Alright. Where do we go? After the fishing stuff, I didn't go fishing anymore. I couldn't find any fishing stuff. Maybe I'm just blind. But yeah, as of this recording, as you guys know, I've been through different medications for my pain, and apparently
Aha, there you are. Good to see you. Your appointment with Sangonomiya is fast approaching. We should get going. Are you ready? We'll start by heading to the camp on Watatsumi Island, and then we'll go meet Her Excellency together from there. If you start to feel seasick at any point during the trip, let me know straight away. That said, you've spent time with the Crux fleet in the past, so I think you'll probably be fine. Ready? And away we go!
the omnipresence over mortals. Ooh. Alright, so as I was saying, so the Lord, okay, so there's a side effect of this one medication, right? This one medication, side effects is that they're bad. It's not great. It's balancing the side effects and the, well, how beneficial the medication is, right? And, well, side effects of it is that it causes double vision, which is not great. Not good at all. But it did help with the pain. So that was a plus and a minus. And yeah, but it also makes me tired sometimes. So that, yeah, it's not great. But regardless, right. So apparently, when they decreased it, when I actually wanted to decrease because of the side effects, it seems my neuropathy, which is nerve damage, apparently it came back. So yeah, I think I had to go back up. Wait, is this another area? Hold on. There's another area that I didn't even see. I literally was that blind. I did not know there's another area of the map. I literally did not know that. Maybe it was because of I had to start the mission. Maybe. I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. But overall, I don't remember any of this, like this being on the map. Maybe I was blind. Maybe you guys did see it and I just didn't see it. I mean, that makes more sense. What's this? Electric lamps. Izuma is home to these ancient stone lampstands. They will light up upon making contact with electric grana. Izuma is home to these. Oh, okay. up. Oh, okay. I didn't know what I was doing.
That felt pretty good.
Where does this go? I can always come back, so... Is there a gate here somewhere? Or is there a gate where? Oh, so they added a gate up here. Okay, I did not. Oh, but I don't want to. I don't want to fight you. I don't want to do anything. Bye. I zoom in on this. Hope it does not cause any photosensitivity, because I actually don't know if that causes it. Apologize, everybody. Does, doesn't, does. I mean, if it does, yeah. Because I actually don't know if that actually. I know flashing lights, like strobing lights. Yes, I know that is a very big no-no, and you know all that. Okay. Oh my gosh, I hate these things. These things I hate. I hate so much.
Punishment.
Alright, I don't really care about these. Let's just oh my gosh, okay, so I have to care about these. Alright, fine.
Judgment.
Why is it only those things are fucked up? I don't get it. What the heck? Are they healing? Oh, they are healing. Oh, there.
You can't run.
Are you serious? Oh, wherever they're dropping? No, no heal.
Nuisance.
Good. For Link, that's a.
Steady as stone, as a good knight should.
Oh, if they hit me, they heal. Okay, now I understand. Okay.
You can't run.
Or not? Okay, so if they hit them, they heal? Not clear. The rules are not clear. I do need to kill her. Get more crystals.
Punishment.
Sorry, lady.
You can't run.
So I'm not clear if she's ice or if she's actually water. I mean, crystals usually is ice, right? Crystal shape, or you know, like chrysalis kind of things, like this, right? It's usually ice, right?
Look at you.
That makes it pretty. It's that. But then she does water damage, so I'm confused.
Winter shall eventually.
Alright, need your crystal prism. Pay respects to the statue? Yes. You can sometimes find ancient stone pillars on Watatsumi Island. You interact with them piously, change the state of surrounding objects and mechanisms. Yeah, what page? Oh my gosh, a new page thing. Can I light them up with this? I actually don't know. Ooh. You need another electric. I should have just used the. I should have just used what's her name? The one that shoots electric arrows. I do it wrong? Oh. Okay, so that first, then that one, and that one, then that one. Okay. I used the Official, that's her name. Oh. But yeah, so the medication thing is, yeah, it's sucks. But yeah, my neuropathy's back now.
There are a few interesting trinkets here.
It's not great. And by what that means is like I feel tingling, like like when your foot gets numb and then when you unnumb it, you get that prickly feeling, right? Yeah, so that's what I get. That's on my left leg and literally my whole left side of my body. It's odd on the arm side. I don't know why. I don't know why it happens. That's the thing. I don't know why it happens. No one knows why it happens. No one knows why my headache's happening. But regardless, now I have to decide and talk to my doctor if I can go back up to the other dosage, which I didn't want to go on before, but then I didn't realize, actually, that didn't realize that it kind of took away the neuropathy. I actually did not notice that, but now I notice that it's actually back, and it's very annoying because it feels like my left leg is like numb all the time, kind of like it's not numb, but it feels kind of numb, kind of thing. It's a weird feeling. I hate it.
Pretty good.
It's not great. So yeah, so that's the one thing I need to figure out, because it sucks. It really sucks having this. And yeah, no one will understand like what it feels like. I mean, except what I told you what it felt like was the when your foot gets numb and that. But like when you actually have it, it's very different.
I suppose it wasn't too much trouble.
Yeah, so I realized these block puzzles, you just have to match them all together. It doesn't matter which one, they just have to match.
You can't run.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to actually Well, again, I did not know this was here, so that was my bad. Yeah, I kind of want to explore these tiny islands just so I know that I'm done with them and don't have to come back. What are these things? The heck? That was weird. Unagi meat? What? Unagi meat? I mean, eel? That was eel? Really? The fresh meat of an unagi, if handled properly, it can be used to make fresh, lovely food. Yep, that's eel, but that did not look like it was eel coming out of the ground. It looked like it was worms. I'm pretty sure eels don't stand up like that. I'm just saying. I mean, maybe they do, but I'm pretty sure they don't. Looks like worms just popping up out of the ground, you know? That's yeah, that doesn't look like an eel, is what I'm saying. I guess eventually when I get there, I'll just let's get that to that. Where am I? Okay, so it's here. Or whatever, they want to fight me. It's not my fault they started it.
Judgment.
I was about to just come back from here and then come back to here and then do these, but I guess I'll at least finish this last one and then I'll figure it out. Because I just don't like leaving stuff and then you kind of like, you know, think about, did I come back here already or did I do this already? Those do not look like, those look like worms or big snakes, or actually big worms or snakes. That's what I meant. Said correctly.
It's my lucky day.
Heck? Oh, okay, that's great. Just, and people popping up out of the ground. Yes.
Looks like overtime today. Can't handle your drink.
I think I was that iframe there. He died. It's the owner there.
You can't run.
Finally, I might blade. There's more.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's get. Oh, I know how to do it then. Alright, let's just put this here. And let me get this thing. There we go.
I suppose it wasn't too much trouble.
You know what? Next time I'll just do someone else's. Right. I might as well just go over there, right?
You can't run.
How's this?
Judgment.
Finally,
Yeah, good thing they're standing right there.
to the ferry.
You can't run! Looks like overtime today. I must leave no stone unturned.
Picked the wrong test subject.
Remarkable condition.
Oh, we're so close to actually leveling up.
Special!
So close to actually leveling up the my adventure rank. Wow, that took forever. Literally forever. So I'm just healing. Right, beep beep, back it up, back it up. Fine. Oh, I actually got that then. I did not see that at all. So there used to be a thing where you could replenish your your stamina instantaneously, really fast, and now it's with the boat. But I think they fixed that. I don't think it was intentional that the boat was able to replenish your energy super fast. Oh, what are these? Oh, so it's like a puzzle to actually... Oh. Can't move. Oh, wait, hold on. This? It's a... that? Okay. Wait, so I need to light up with that one. Weird. Maybe I should read that note. Maybe I should read it. Okay. Assign numbers to each of these cubes. One shall be north, east shall be 2, south 3, west 4. What? North, east, south, west 4? On another 4 of these cubes with floating stone plates on them gives us 5 through 8. Wait. Adding on 4 for those cubes with floating stone tablets. Thanks. Bounty position shall be 9, thus making our 9-slotted puzzle. Lights on the stone don't seem to mean much in that case. Then let's try to make the sum of the numbers along the horizontal, vertical, and diagonal lines the same. Huh? Sum of the numbers along the horizontal, vertical, and diagonal lines the same. Oh. And you're sorry. Well, that's another entry for my thesis. Wait, this. Okay, so. What's north? Southwest? I'm confused. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so. I'm guessing this is north. It was northeast, southwest, right? Let me just double check. Northeast. Okay, so. This is 1. 1, this is 3. 4. 4 plus 3. 7. This is 7. So all this has to be equal to the same number. Well, okay, so what is it? So that means that this number is whatever it is. Oh, let's see. Okay, so this is lighting up, so that means this is correct. This is correct. So this is what? Okay, well, I actually don't know what is north. North? This is north. This has to be north, right? North, because the compass, north, right? Okay, so this is north, so this is 1. Okay, so we need to make what? Okay, so that's 1, 1. I don't know this number. So 1, 1. 1, 1. One.
Yeah.
That one. Four, 6. 7? That means 7. That means this 2 plus 4, and this has to be Oh. Oh. Alright. If you guys did not know how to do that
There are a few
puzzle,
interesting trinkets here.
you guys did not know how to do that puzzle, there you go. There you go. Take a picture. Alright, let's actually go start the mission. I've wasted about 38 minutes just exploring this little tiny island. It's my fault. Sorry. Alright, let's just go. Oh yeah, the whole point was to get that, yeah, that teleporter. Oh wait, don't drown, because you can literally just drown. Let me put a little, let me put this thing here so I know it's here. Alright, let's go. You can really get sidetracked in this game. That. Why do I need this boat again? Ooh. Can I go down a waterfall with this? I just don't know. Oh. And oh, another puzzle. Oh. Okay, at least it's this one. Oh. This. I was like, wait a second.
That felt pretty good.
Alright, how do I get over there? A jellyfish? There. That. Huh. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of stuff here. Alright, let's just get a. Wait, let's use our feather thing. Or fan. Alright, let's see. Oh, okay, let me go to this thing. Where's all the teleporters? Perfect. And right here. Hopefully I don't get arrested. Because I don't know if this place is, against me. I mean, I know that I just don't know the enemies is this place. It's kind of neat. Those. You don't? Are you gonna arrest me? About this place? Speak really fast, like those infomercials with the ego stuff at the end. Oh. All researchers are this. Are all researchers this careless? Wait, are researchers all this careless nowadays? That was, I don't even know why that was tough to read. Yes, I believe you. Yes, give me stuff. A pearl? You gave me a pearl? Oh my gosh. That's a new item too. Oh, there's a thing up here. Ah. It's a giant shell. Kinda neat. Pretty. Do I? Oh, I have to actually jump off of this. first. I got prioritized because maybe I need this to actually, you know, finish the leveling up of my shrine. so yeah, I need to prioritize it. Can I stand? And here? Good. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to drop because sometimes when you think you can land somewhere and you just drop off the face of the die. Oh, there's a quest. I've never been here before, and there's a quest already. Road opens before those with noble hearts. We have noble hearts, thank you. What is that? There's a new thing? Alright, this time I gotta prepare, you know, the freaking thing and, you know, not freaking fail the thing by not picking up my treasure chest. I haven't reported that issue. Yes, I would like to worship. How many do you need? You need 22. Alright, I will offer 22. 1, 2. Wait, so... Oh. What did I get? Oh, I don't know what I got, but I got something. There's so many puzzles. Oh no. Alright, let me at least... Yes, I'll do this first. Oh. Here, don't move. Buffy. Huh? Where's all this money coming from? That was weird. That was really weird. I don't even know what that was from. Wait, there's something. Got H. Sweet. First I need to talk to. Oh. Help? Help? Well, whatever. It's an excuse. Yeah, just cough in her face. Yeah, that's very kind of you, traveler. Sounds scary. Whatever that is. Retrieve the eliminate the dragon air of the depths? What? The monster? What the heck? Oh my gosh, this sounds, yeah, it sounds dangerous and scary. I don't want to do this anymore. Oh my gosh, you talk so much. Yes, you have a way with a lot of words. The island to the west. All right, I will go there very, very soon. Very soon. Just very soon. Oh my gosh. And a scapegoat? What the heck? And a... Oh. Skipped all of that. Alright, it's fine. Alright, she's gone. Good. Alright, perfect. Alright. Out of here. Oh my gosh, there's so many things. Is there a thing here? That's a shrine thing. Oh, there it is. So where's this person I need to talk to? Down here. Alright, let's blow that thing up first. Oh, there's the person. Oh. Oh. Oh, oh. Let me put a little marker here. Fine, let me talk to this person first and then I'll find the marker. Yeah, you got distracted. I get distracted too. Yeah, it's call me KevGuuey. Carcass? What? Carcass? What carcass? Oh. This. Yeah, good job, Paimon. Aw. Yeah, do you need our help? Your best. Wait, what? Pedos? What pedos? Yeah, I didn't know. Okay, fine. Here you go. I got it. What happened? Researcher? I'll help find her. Alright, well I'm not gonna do that. Alright, alright, and we just need a... Alright, I'm just gonna glide down to it. This high point. Oh, never mind. Let me talk to this person because apparently, you know, they sometimes give me... Oh, I thought you were the friend. For a second, I was like, oh, friend. What a coinkadink. I just need items. Do you have any items for me? No? I don't understand what's the whole point of rotating. Like, they don't... It doesn't work. You go over there? Alright. teleporter. Thing flew fast. I might as well get the last one because you know for sure, definitely for Shizzle, McDonald's, not sponsored, that you know, we will have to eventually go to these locations. Oh my gosh, I have to do this. Hold on. Oh my gosh, no, I'm not doing this puzzle again. Holy far off direction. High point. Alright, whatever, let's just go towards it. Oh, got my fan ready. Okay, I can't use it in midair. Let me use it first. Where is it? I do not see it. Usually I can see it in the distance. Take a look. Over there. You know what? I thought this fan was gonna be that useful, like very useful, but it's not really that useful. Like if very. Not like you fly straight. No, you kind of just go down. Where's this thing? Wait. Oh, it's right there. I couldn't see it. It was in the way. Yeah, thunderbolting. I don't want to fight that thing that's after me. Go away. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, there's the other thing. Oh, before we get there, we have to go to that other thing. My bad. Oh. Why is this thing hidden? Huh. Oh, not. Where is it? Okay, well. Okay, it's great. So there's another teleport that's all the way over there. Oh. Oh my gosh. By anybody, I just wanna. Oh. Maybe I should have gotten that bolt. Maybe. Maybe. Is it down here? Oh, it is down here. Right. Let me stand on this thing. There you go. Yeah, it's very good for your feet. Alright, I'm just gonna. Well, I was gonna glide towards the thing, but I don't think it's actually down there. I can't actually. Because you know, some way somehow it's gonna tell you to go in this direction for some reason, and then it's like, oh, well, I don't got the teleporter. Oh, please don't drown. It's just the. Oh. 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 Good thing it ran out just in time. Alright. Hey, what? Why did it go towards that direction? I literally ran up perfectly. Alright, good. I just need a teleporter. Perfect. Oh, no, not perfect. Oh. I'm missing something. Oh. Yeah, I'm definitely missing something. Let me, Oh. Gosh, what is this? The giant puzzle just opened this thing? Oh no. So let's get that. Okay, so let's get that to that. Gosh. What is that? Isn't that? Ow. Oh, I hit it. That's why he got mad. I was like, why did it hit me? Why did it come over here so fast? That was, I'm definitely missing something. What the heck? It connected to. Oh, wait a second. Oh, that. Now I have to find out how to open this thing. Oh my gosh, just for this? All right, no, you know what? I'll do this later. You know, I'll figure this out myself later. I thought I could just you know, get an easy teleporter, but no, it's something super difficult. Using to get in there. There's monsters after monsters, and it's... Oh, no, nope. Let's just go on the quest. Alright, let's just... Actually, I want to try one more thing. Okay. I wonder if I have to do something with this up here. Probably. Alright. Yeah, let's just get out of here. Because there has to be more stuff to this than... Oh, meets the eye. Now I'll figure that out. Alright, I'll get over here and do the actual quest. You know, that took a long time to get here. Not my fault. Wasn't my fault. Yep, was not my fault. Christian. Ah. 8 more. Took me forever to get to this place. Oh my gosh, I ran out of room. Why'd you give me ×2 here? Oh my gosh, I called it. I knew it. I was like, why'd you give me ×2? Did. Wow. Oh, I couldn't just gotten those and... tell me about Goro. Yeah, from Mortal Kombat.
Here we are. The training grounds for Watatsumi Island's troops. Right now, the resistance is predominantly made up of local soldiers from Watatsumi Island. Some of them are fighting with the Shogun's army in Tatarasuna, and some of them are stationed here on the island to keep the locals safe.
Did you used to train here too?
Yep. Unfortunately, I had to join the fight in Tatarasuna before I'd had the chance to impress the instructors, so they had me start off by helping in the logistics division. I'll be staying here for now. If you need me for anything, just come here. If I'm not around, just write a note and stick it on the wall. As soon as I see it, I'll come find you. Shoot! It's nearly time for the appointment with Her Excellency. I'll have to show you around Watatsumi Island some other time. For now, let's get ourselves over to Sangonomiya.
So, Sangonomiya is the name of the place where Sangonomiya Kokomi lives? Huh. Let's go check it out.
So, I thought of something, and, yeah, I may or may not, have cut out a lot of the, well, time from, well, exploring the island, because it got me off track. May or may not have cut it out. That took a while. But at the same time, it was kind of neat to actually explore some of the stuff. So I don't know, but yeah. Whoa, look at that! I got this waypoint. Wait, what is this crazy thing here? That's supposed to be here. Wait, maybe? Oh, there it is. You know, I kind of want to see what's down here. Let me take a let me take a look. Let me just Oh, water. There's gonna be a giant monster that just eats me. Like in Resident Evil 4. Is there anything behind the waterfall? Come on. There has to be something in the waterfall, right? I am very upset they did not put anything behind waterfalls. Very upset. Oh. I'm about to drown. Wait, what if you're supposed to drown here? Actually, that sounds horrible, but like, alright, let's just test it out. Let's just see what happens. Drown right in the middle here. Oh no, you just drowned. Okay. I thought for some reason, you know, something else might have happened. You know, maybe. Yeah. Hey, you weren't there before. Oh yeah, her. I remember her.
Food supplies are the absolute top priority, period. We cannot afford any losses. With the conflict between us and the Shogun's army getting more intense by the day, we must prioritize the stability of the rear guard.
Understood. I will think of a way.
Take heart. We have a fresh batch of supplies in hand, and I'm working on expanding the army. I appreciate that the lack of manpower has been hard on all of you, but things are going to get better.
We're expanding the army? Oh, that's great. Whoever this mystery supporter is, they're doing us a great service. Huh? Teppei, what are you doing back on Watatsumi Island? Might I ask who?
VIP guests of Her Excellency, that's who. I'm acting under orders to escort them both here.
Oh, really? Wait, so are you the new recruit everyone's been talking about? Strength of 20 men, splits an arrow in twain from 100 paces, skin as hard as diamond. That's you?
Seriously? What is going on with these rumors?
You've come a long way. I'm sure you must be here on pressing business, so I won't disturb you any further. Feel free to visit me if you have any time to spare. Your Excellency, I'll take my leave.
Your Excellency, I couldn't help but overhear Okubo mention something about a third-party supporter? What was that about?
Not long ago, someone wrote to me saying that they wish to support the Watatsumi Island resistance effort. To that end, they also furnished us with a great deal of supplies. Thanks to them, we can finally start recruiting troops on the scale we need to openly confront the Shogun's army on the front line.
Sounds great. And this mystery sponsor be trusted?
I am not without my doubts. But Watatsumi Island is hardly affluent, and these supplies are a much-needed lifeline for us. The sender's conditions were also reasonable. They simply ask us to dedicate ourselves fully to fighting against the Shogun's army. Whatever other motives they may have, we are at least aligned on this. So let's consider them an anonymous ally. Naturally, we shouldn't let our guard down. If you discover anything out of the ordinary, please report it to me at once.
Your Excellency, does this mean that the food at the front line is gonna get any better? I was at the field hospital the other day, and everyone was begging for some barbecued meat.
Don't worry. I've already made arrangements for that. Everyone will have their fill of meat. But to be clear, still no alcohol.
That's fantastic.
I understand how hard it's been on everyone. The Resistance Army's rations have barely changed at all since the Vision Hunt decree was first announced. I will discuss this with the Logistics Division to see what further improvements can be made. However, our supplies are still limited. I must ask you to remain patient until victory is ours. When will the Vision Hunt decree finally end? That's the question. And I'm afraid I don't have an answer. The mere existence of the Vision Hunt decree is baffling. The Tenryou Commission's attitude just doesn't seem to add up, and neither does the Shogun's. The Tenryou Commission's zealous support for the decree seemed to come out of nowhere, and the Shogun seems completely indifferent to the fact that it has effectively caused a civil war. I suspect the Vision Hunt decree won't end until these mysteries are solved. All I can say for certain is that as long as the Vision Hunt decree remains in force, we will never give up our fight. Traveler, to confirm, knowing the current situation facing Watatsumi Island and the Resistance, are you still willing to fight with us?
No, I'm going home. Oh, not an answer. Yes, I won't give up either.
Good. Then here is your assignment. I hereby appoint you as captain of the Watatsumi Island Special Operations Unit, Swordfish 2.
Whoa, what? Swordfish 2? Is this the same Swordfish Special Ops unit that I'm thinking of? It's hard enough getting into a Special Ops unit at the bottom rung, let alone jumping to captain in one fell swoop. This is incredible.
Although this appointment breaks with convention, I firmly believe that with your wisdom, courage, and strength, you can lead your team to victory.
I don't have the first two. I got the third one. Is that good enough?
Great! So when do we take up our post? The members of Swordfish 2 are currently on standby in a valley to the southwest. Ronin have been causing trouble down there lately, and we need a special operations unit to eliminate them and stabilize the rear guard. I have already written your appointment letter, which you'll need to show them on arrival. Once that's out of the way, please lead them in ridding the area of Ronin. The Special Ops unit comprises Watatsumi Island's elite soldiers. They can be a little rough around the edges, but I have every confidence that you will win their trust.
What about me, Your Excellency? Any battles you need me to get involved in? I want to make a contribution to the Resistance too.
Of course. I'll arrange something and brief you shortly.
All right! One successful operation coming right up! You may have swiped the captaincy of Swordfish 2, but watch this space, because this guy's on his way up!
Okay, sure. Well, be careful out there. Don't push yourself too hard. Well, Traveler, let's move out.
From now on, let's fight together.
Sounds good.
I'll admit, being promoted directly to captain is pretty amazing. But I'm not about to get left behind. I'll see you at the top someday soon.
How long will that take? Wanted a guesstimate. Am I going? Wait, what? There? Exactly there? The place I put a marker? Oh. Yeah, I don't know how to do this puzzle. Here. Oh, right. Yeah. Let me get this one item that I don't need this marker here anymore. Marker was don't forget this. Oh, sweet. Thank you.
There are a few interesting trinkets here.
Yeah, talk to them before I... Never mind. Why couldn't I be in Swordfish 1? Swordfish 1 seems, you know, more elite than, Swordfish 2.
Ah, you must be the new captain of Swordfish 2. Her Excellency briefed us in advance. Your reputation precedes you, and the appointment letter is all in order. But I still have my doubts.
About what?
I'll be straight with you. I want to know whether you have what it takes to lead us.
You Like a duel?
Normally, a duel would be the quickest way to settle the question, but this time, we've got a better way. We're stationed here because of all the Ronin causing trouble in these parts. If you can get rid of them for us, we'll take that as a measure of your strength.
Sure. That's what it takes. I can still beat you guys up afterwards, but I mean...
All right, let's show them what you're made of.
Show me that you are worthy to lead us.
We make no apologies for holding our leader to the highest standard, because at the end of the day, your competence decides whether we live or die.
So what happened to your previous leader then? That's the question I want to know. Yeah, what happened to them?
My lucky day.
You can't run!
How's this?
Judgment! Shiver!
Any more Unagis around here? Let me just pick them up.
Okay, seems like you can hold your own. The rumors are exaggerations, of course, but still, your abilities are admirable. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Kotoku, acting captain of Swordfish 2. This is Yoshihisa, a fellow veteran of the team. I now formally cede the position of captain to you. Swordfish 2 awaits your orders.
Are there any other Ronins to deal with?
There are 2 hard-hit areas. This was one of them, but thanks to you, this area is now secure. Their only remaining stronghold is located at the shallows on the east side of the island. That said, the ones over there are tougher, and there's more of them.
We should go take a look. Homie said we need to secure the rear guard. So which one of you is the rear guard? I mean, that's a legit question. I mean, right?
You got that right. Watatsumi Island is busy fighting the Shogun's army on the front line. We can't let these guys mess up things at the rear.
That was it? An achievement? This. What is this? Hey, great. Yeah, I knew we had to get all the teleporters. Cool. Unagi, oh.
There's so many of them!
That's not even all of them. They have 2 more camps nearby. Whichever camp we attack, it's the Ronin in the other 2 camps that'll cause us issues. They might decide to provide backup or abandon them and escape on their own.
And let's attack them all at once.
But Captain, that would put you in great danger. If we spread our troops too thin, we won't have enough men to guard you. It's too risky.
Wait, what? Guard me? Oh, okay. I'm fine. I'll be fine.
Yep, the Traveler eats amateurs like these for breakfast.
All right then. We'll deal with them all in one go and rendezvous with you on completion.
Neat. Alright. So, oh, there they are.
It's my lucky day.
Yep, your lucky day of death. Wait, let me get rid of my fan.
Judgment!
Steady as stone.
Wow, they got stripped off their feet.
Finally,
Did he say finally a hug?
Yes! To the very...
Judgment!
Finally,
Punishment!
Oh, I hate these guys.
You can't run!
Look at you!
So you know your stuff, huh?
And getting out the iframe and then into that's dangerous, especially with Dion. That's why I was like, oh, we gotta get Dion out of there. Ooh. Ow, ow, ow.
Leave it all to me.
Hit someone so I can heal. Oh.
Judgment!
Let me get rid of the. Oh. Hit them.
I must leave no stone unturned, as a good knight should. I missed a spot.
I see how it is.
Oh, thank goodness.
That should be the last of them. You didn't get hurt, did you?
I'm fine. I'm just a little tired.
Cool. Paimon wonders how everything is going with Kotoku and Yoshihisa. Should we go over and check on them?
Captain!
Captain, the other 2 camps have been cleared. The entire rearguard of Watatsumi Island is now secure.
Great! We solved the Ronin problem and got everyone to look after us, too. But what's next? Let's go back and check with Kokumi.
Finally, we got it done. These Ronin have been bugging me for ages, but Kotoku wouldn't let us at him until now.
Wait, hold on. Ronin? Did he just say Ronin? Ronin. Okay, just making sure.
What? No way could you have taken them down without the new captain here. I was putting the safety of the team first. Got it?
Oh, come on. You were just being a coward.
Hey, cut the attitude! These guys, honestly. Forget them. Let's go.
They didn't even help. What? They didn't even help. Oh, let's make sure this portal's connects. Okay. Because I know there was a portal that was not connected to anywhere. Like somewhere here is not connected to somewhere here. Huh. That's a good point. I think I should actually go make sure that portal is actually connected because come to think of it. Just in case I need to go just there for some reason. Well, the mechanism looks different now. Is that treasure? This looks even worse than before. Baimon's out of brain juice again. Wait, what? Wait, what? This thing changed? Are you serious? I literally did this one already. Oh my gosh. Alright, so... Oh, let's do this again. Wait, new notes. Oh, no? Alright, same thing. Wait, what? It changed. I'm confused. Alright, whatever. Do we know it has to be 9? Oh, it did change. Okay. This was not here before. That makes... Let's see. So, alright, so... Yes, the easy way to figure this out is, let's see, this, actually it's not easy because it's not, oh, so am I trying to get, let's see. Okay, so I can't move this. So this is 3, 2, 5, 7. Oh, okay, so it's always 7. Alright, so it's 7, 5. Okay, so I can't move this, but two, 4, 2, 2, 5. That's not 7, so this is 4, 6. This is 6. Wait, 9? I'm confused now. Hold on. Wait, so is it actually 7 or no? Three, 7, N. Alright, so that's not. That's. Wait, so they do light up. Okay, so. You're not, I'm not doing this. Oh, good. Oh yeah. No point me, it was oh, yeah, I was gonna do this thing. That's why I marked it. Alright. Wait, this is supposed to be tough? I do need the sigils though. Where's the thing here? Here? Down the waterfall again? Oh, maybe? A tree? Has to be in a tree. Can't see. Looks like it's in a tree. Maybe it's not in a tree. No, it's not. No, it's the wrong tree. Right here? Oh, that means underneath. So I do have to go down. Oh yeah, I was looking for the gate. Yeah, I got distracted again. Where's that gate that was supposed to be around here? That's I know there is definitely a gate that's not. There it is. Has to be this one. Well, I think. Oh? Oh. Wait, then where's the actual gate? There's supposed to be like a gate that was facing this direction, but like there's nothing to connect it with. Oh, there it is. Found it. Oh wait, so if this gate's supposed to go that direction, that means it's on the other side. Oh my gosh, wait. Going straight down this direction? There has to be somewhere around here. Oh my gosh, I was looking in the wrong place. Alright, let's take a look at this again. That one. Literally... It was somewhere around here, that's all I know. Not that one. Okay. Oh. Oh, there's a other. Ah. Grab onto the rock. Jump. There we go. I do need to collect I mean this unagi. There we go. There's just here.
You can't run.
I'll put you on high here. Shouldn't get careless. You can't run. Well,
Very weird. So those are just random people that just decide to require you to, to ask to join. It's always when I'm recording. It's always when I'm recording. Literally. Anytime I don't record, no one asks to
I suppose
join.
it wasn't too much trouble.
And I can't let them join because I can't do the mission. You can't do any of the important missions. Well, that's how that works. That's how they made it. So it's like, okay. Are you serious? on. Oh, I see. There we go. Oh. Oh. Oh, thank you. I was about to say. Wait, is that the thing? Is that the one? Looks like it's straight ahead, right? This goes nowhere. Oh my gosh, yes. Oh, heck. Literally straight across. I'll go over there and I guess after. Let me actually talk to this person, whoever it is that needs to. Oh, hello. Do you have any items for me? Oh yes. Do be careful. Thank you. Alright, who needs help here? Giant dragon. Hey, we need. Oh, Granny. How do you do, Granny? Is there danger up ahead? Not sure what it cost. Years, generations, water, constant light, brilliance, young shrine, wisdom, water source, offering pool, draw water, away. Wow. Huh. Oh my gosh, it's so much stuff. Oh my goodness. Yes, we help all right. We help right away. I don't know what we're helping with. Strange bottle. A vessel with an odd appearance. It seems fragile, but it's actually quite sturdy. Huh? Alright. That's good to know. Yeah, we actually get this thingy over here. Anything I can take note of? What? Why is there a question mark here? Or exclamation mark? If you ask me, I'd say that scenery here and what is the most notable thing. It shows your train is true. What? Why is it exclamation mark? It seems very important. Why put it there? Oh, this is more important. See, there's an item. Yes, see, that's very important. Get this thing. On there, someone's on fire. Yes, monster. Alright, I'll get there in a second, guys. And here we go. So I got a little sidetracked and decided to visit this guy because I kind of forgot something. Yeah, I forgot about the reputation. Sweet. And then,
There are still documents that need to be seen by the Commission.
and the tree. Need to get some good vibes from the tree. Oh sweet, I can do it 3 times. So what does that mean for us? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so the CD of the electrogranum's coordinated attack is decreased to 4 seconds. Ooh. Cool. And rewards? Oh, sweet.
See that he stays safe.
Then, yep. Alright. Then let's go to the actual event. Wait, what? Offering pool? What are you doing? Oh yeah, this. Oh yeah, I meant to do the offering as well, that was it. I have enough? 25, 28, sweet! Alright, and then next is Memory of Violet Flash. Alrighty. Ooh. Definitely need those. Alright, let's go. I think I accidentally turned off the graphics for the There we go. Oh, I thought it would actually go into a cutscene.
How was it? Did your initiation go smoothly?
Without a hitch. There was a short test to begin with.
Yes, that's standard for the team. But with your level of ability, I'm sure it was a walk in the park. Since you're back, I take it that the Ronin are now gone from Watatsumi Island?
You bet! We sure showed them who's boss!
Good. Now we just need to make sure Okubo keeps a close watch to prevent their resurgence. Thank you. I believe in rewarding merit, so you will be compensated for your hard work. Let me see. Too soon for another promotion, I think. I could increase your pay.
Wait, I'm getting paid? How much? My pay. I haven't seen it yet. Hey, where did Teppei go?
I gave him an assignment. He's taking part in a surprise attack against the Shogun's navy. He expressed a desire to be on the front line, so I honored his wishes. Now, speaking of assignments, I have a special mission I'd like to give you.
A special mission?
Yes. In between Watatsumi Island and Tarasuna, there are some ruins relating to a god who fell in the Archon War. There are several small islands there, often used as a transit point when transporting supplies. Recently, however, supplies stored there have started to go missing for no obvious reason. Stranger still, the Resistance army passed by and reported they found no signs of danger. I'd like to task you with getting to the bottom of this. It's not urgent, so there is no need to leave immediately. I suggest you take a few days to familiarize yourselves with the army, and also with Watatsumi Island. When Teppei returns, you can catch up with him, then pick a day when the weather's good to set sail for the islands.
Is Teppei really gonna be okay? He has a tendency to dive into action without thinking things through. Oh, Paimon can't help but feel a little worried about him. Oh, why don't we go wait for him at the training grounds?
Long time no see.
I didn't even finish reading that. That was so fast. Okay.
So, how's Swordfish 2 treating you? Getting along okay with everyone?
Well enough. They can be a pain in the butt.
Well, you're in luck, because this seasoned veteran's got a few leadership tips for you. Raising their pay will boost morale, while giving them a few bounties will act as an incentive to go the extra mile. It's also important to maintain strict discipline at all times, and finally... wait. What was it? What was it?
Wow, where'd you learn all that, Teppei?
I read it in a novel from the Publishing House. It was a long time ago. You wouldn't believe how many dongo it took to convince my friend to let me borrow it.
You're seriously gonna use a novel to tell people how to run an army? Pretty sure that's called being an armchair general.
Ha ha! That's where you underestimate me. That's right, I'm learning military management on the job now. Just like you.
Sure. Wait, you mean... you too? Wait.
You'd better believe it. Thanks to my outstanding achievements in the recent naval battle, I have officially been made the captain of my very own Special Operations Unit. It's a brand new unit, Herring 1. What do you think? Pretty awesome, right? I spoke to Her Excellency, and she says our uniforms are in production. Let's go collect them together once they're ready. I can't wait to put them on. We're really gonna look the part. Everything's going great. Our mystery sponsor supplies have really helped turn things around.
Will Paimon get a uniform too?
Of course. You're a recognized member of the Watatsumi Island Resistance.
Yippee!
Captain, a new assignment has come in.
Thank you, soldier. I'll be there on the double. All right, I better go. See you again soon. You'd better watch out, partner. At the rate I'm going, I'll overtake you if you're not careful.
Ha! In your dreams, mister!
I wouldn't be so confident if I were you. I'm at the top of my game right now. This is my time to shine.
Is it Herring 1 or is it Red Herring 1?
Paimon's so surprised that Teppei's been made a platoon captain. He must have been working super hard. Let's take a break, then go check out these Archon War ruins.
Ooh, let's go investigate. This person. I can bring you a doctor, kind of. Ooh. Oh, what do you sell? Oh. Go by yourself. For you. How's Bondo? Ooh, hope that you'll meet it. Ooh, new food. How far is this? Oh, why is it here? Wait. I got no time for you right now. Go away. Alright, I should get there in a jiffy with this fan. I feel like the speed also increases the speed you're gonna hit the water. Like it like a straight downwards. I mean, yes, we're going on a decline, but like literally, it's like speeding up, right down to the water like that. Like it's not.
This should be the place, but Sangonomiya was right. It doesn't look like anything suspicious is going on. Could they be hiding? Let's see what we can find. These electro monuments look a little suspicious.
But I mean, as I was saying, like, it doesn't feel like it's slowing your descent. It's just speeding it up. So that's why it just feels like you're just getting to the water faster. That's about it. What? Does it do it faster or something? That's why I did not want to do that. You go away. Thank you. Alright, let's get this monster.
What a nuisance.
Stay on us, stay!
Time for your arraignment. Motion to compel. Yeah. Punishment.
I must leave no stone unturned, as a dutiful maid would.
Judgment.
What is he trying to do? What's it standing there? What the heck? What happened to me? Oh. Okay, yeah, that's great.
Someone needs assistance. Leave it all to me.
Phew! Glad that's over. As monsters go, that one was pretty tough. But what's such a huge Thunderhelm Law Trail doing here in the first place? It doesn't make any sense. Also, the atmosphere here gives Paimon the creeps. Anyway, the good thing is that it's over now. We should probably get going. Tepe, what are you doing here?
Wow, this is a surprise. I didn't know you were the ones investigating here. I just got back from delivering some supplies to the front line. I figured I'd stop by and clear any threats in this area on the way back.
Are you alright there, buddy? You're looking slightly the worse for wear.
I'm fine. It's nothing. I must have caught a cold a couple of days ago while I was out at sea. On my way past, I heard that someone had just arrived on the island to investigate, so I thought I'd come and take a look. If there'd been some real danger, I might have had the chance to be the hero. Shame it was just you guys. I guess I came here for nothing.
Tepe, don't you think there's something strange about this place?
Now that you mention it, there is something a little off about it. It could be that the Tatarigami is more palpable here, I guess. We're not that far away from Orobashi's remains.
Orobashi? Who's that?
A god. Look, there's the corpse over there.
Ah! It's a gigantic snake skeleton! Oh, it looks terrifying!
Orobashi was the one who brought our ancestors from Menkanomiya to the surface. That's the origin of the Watatsumi Island you know today. Our ancestors regarded it as a guardian deity. But during the Archon War, Orobashi invaded Yashiori Island. The Raiden Shogun came out in person and slew Orobashi with the Muso no Hitotachi. That same slash also formed what later became known as Musojin Gorge.
The Raiden Shogun created Musojin Gorge in one slash? Wow, that's pretty incredible!
Yes, but the Archon War was brutal. And Yashiori Island was completely destroyed during that battle. They say the Shogun lost something very dear to her along the way, too. Since Orobashi's death, there has always been some animosity between Watatsumi Island and the Shogunate, but our different beliefs have nothing to do with why the resistance was formed. We only rose up to fight against the Vision Hunt Decree. When Orobashi attacked civilization, the Shogun stood up and put a stop to it. But now that the Shogun is stripping people of their ambitions with the Vision Hunt Decree, it's time for someone to stand up and stop the Shogun. All right, I'm heading back. I was just dealing with some of the Shogun's elite samurai, so I think I'm gonna take a quick breather, and it's on to my next assignment. You should report back to Sangonomiya as soon as possible. Don't stay here longer than you need to. Being around the Tatarigami too long won't do your health any good.
Care of yourself. Watch your back. Yeah. Or, I'm gonna backstab you. I mean, yeah. Watch your back.
Hey, don't worry about me. Peak condition.
Danny.
Tepe's sure made some big progress if he's already dealing with Shogunate samurai. Paimon can hardly believe it. Let's report back to Kokomi.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, he's somehow gonna get sick and then hopefully doesn't become deceased or something because of sickness. I'd be like, oh, he worked so hard, and then.
Kokomi, we're back! Oh, look, Goro's here too! What happened? They look so serious.
Approximately how many people are exhibiting these symptoms?
I haven't had the chance to do a full count yet.
Kokomi, Goro, what's going on?
Recently, some of our soldiers started showing symptoms of accelerated aging. I called them in for questioning and found out they'd privately acquired some secret weapons from our sponsor. Most of them are highly ambitious types, vehemently opposed to the Vision Hunt decree. They've been using these new weapons secretly since getting a hold of them.
So that's why the war has been going unusually well. But risky secret weapons are not the answer. We must put a stop to it immediately. Goro, have you managed to acquire one of these weapons?
Most of the officers refused to hand them over. Still, I did manage to get one.
Oh dear.
Do you know something about this?
It's a Fatui delusion.
So that means our secret sponsor is the Fatui?
But why would the Fatui do this? Forget that. There's no time. Right now, we need to inform the whole army to cease using their delusions immediately. All soldiers who have shown symptoms are to be taken for treatment. I just hope we'll be in time to save them.
Wait a second. Speaking of soldiers with symptoms...
Oh no, Pepe! I'm in Tepe.
No! Surely he can't have... let's go check on him.
Goro, let's go to the resistance camp ourselves. The use of delusions has to stop right away.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Yes. E. Going back to... Okay. Wait, how did we get here so fast? Alright, whatever, it's fine. Oh, I saw him already. He's right here.
Oh. Hey guys, what are you doing here?
Holy moly! I was kidding about that he was gonna get super sick and die, but wow, he got super old. He's like old.
Just a moment. Let me get up. It's weird. I don't know where all my strength's gone.
I bet you have to tell me what's been going on with you. You have to tell me the truth.
Oh, right. Yeah. I haven't had time to give you the full details. Well, I made a lot of great contributions to the war effort lately. Fighting the Shogun's army at sea, taking on Shogunate samurai all by myself, rescuing my comrades from an ambush. Things I never would have dreamed I could do when you first met me. If only I were stronger still. The stronger I am, the more I can do for the Resistance. Wait a sec. Where's my secret weapon gone?
When did you start using it?
It wasn't long after you were made captain of Swordfish 2. I met these mysterious people. Said they were with our supporters. They gave it to me and said that as long as I have the will to become stronger, his secret weapon will answer my call. It's just like a vision, isn't it? Of course, I've never used a vision, so I wouldn't know the difference.
Oh, sad to say, this is a delusion.
Delusion? Oh God. Doesn't sound very good. So, what's the difference between a delusion and a vision?
A delusion drains the user's life force.
Gosh. Well, I suppose it's not too surprising that a mysterious weapon of unknown origins would come with its risks. I've been getting more and more tired over the past few days, and I have this strange sense of dread. At first, I'd find I was a little more beat than usual after a battle. Didn't think anything of it. But today, I got back and suddenly my vision was going blurry. This is a real shame. There I was, thinking I was catching up with you. Guess I didn't receive the favor of the gods after all. Hey, would you do something for me? When our uniforms are ready, grab mine for me. Bring it back here, and we can change together. What's that look for? Don't worry, partner. Soon as I've rested up, I'll be right as rain. Right as rain, I tell you. Soon as I've rested up.
Tepe!
The Fatui.
Hey! Where are you going? Hey!
And he literally looks like he's about to die of old age. Like, this is some messed up stuff. Like, I'm even very sad about this. Like, I'm super sad.
Tepe's breathing is getting weaker and weaker.
And he actually looked like he actually was getting older as we were talking to him. Oh. When did you get here?
How's Tepe's condition?
Okay, none of us have noticed. He's taken a turn for the worse.
I have put out the order to seize all delusions. The vast majority are showing some loss of vitality, but nothing serious. Sadly, a few have been less fortunate.
Your Excellency, I'm planning to establish a dedicated field hospital to monitor their condition. The soldiers are up in arms about the ban, though. They know full well what a delusion is, but they still intend to keep using them.
Okay, I'll leave you to deal with the situation. I have to get to the front line. This whole fiasco is certain to be a blow to morale. If the Shogun's army attacks now while we're scrambling to recover, it could well undo everything we have achieved so far. What are your thoughts?
I'll go confront the Fatui directly.
No, it's too dangerous. The Sakoku decree is still in force, so their delusions must be produced within Inazuma's borders. To organize an operation of this scale, they will have had to mobilize a huge amount of manpower and resources. They can't have done it without local support. If we want to stop them, we have to destroy the factory where the delusions are made. But it's sure to be heavily guarded. It's dangerous to go alone. At least take some troops with you.
Not a sword? You know, a sword? Sword? Someone's bound to get that reference, alright? I'm saying it 3 times. I hope somebody actually gets it. Just write in the comments. Just let me know if you actually get the reference. Thank you. Sorry. I just wanted someone to actually get it. There's no time for that.
Your Excellency, given the urgency of the situation, we were hardly discreet when confiscating the delusions. The Fatui are sure to take notice. If we spend any longer amassing our forces, they will get wind of our plans and make their escape.
Very true. Let me think. I gave this some thought while you were confiscating the delusions. The side of the factory must be big and secluded, but close enough to a transport route to ensure the supply of raw materials. Not many places meet these criteria, and if we take the locations where our soldiers receive their delusions into account as well, I suspect the site is likely to be the cliffs, near the ocean at the southwest of Yashiori Island. I'm not going to stop you, but please, be careful. We have lost too many courageous fighters already. I don't want to lose you too.
Okay, let's go.
Huh? You mean to the Delusion Factory? Really? You aren't gonna think it over first? Fine.
Zoom. Wow, I did zoom. You leave already? You leave already?
Tepe's breathing is getting weaker.
Oh, Dad. Guessing it's this place with a big sucking vacuum here. Illusions cannot be allowed to spread throughout Inazuma. Do not stand by idly and watch as they cause you ever more suffering. Oh no. Okay, I'm ready. Wait. Okay, I have room. Ow. Can I get these?
Judgment!
You can't run!
Yeah, this guy, I do not want to this shield. Oh.
Lights out.
Don't be a killjoy!
So you know your stuff, huh?
That all you got? This can't run! Well,
Look at you, Bousfield.
we've only just... I see through you! I miscalculate. You need to hurry up!
I didn't expect to find whatever that was.
Judgment! Punishment!
You need to hurry up!
I must leave no stone unturned.
You can't run!
This was well done!
Oh, done? Yeah. Who likes well done steaks? Let's take a break afterwards.
Things are getting interesting.
Leave it all to me, as a good knight should.
This was well done! You need to hurry up!
You can't run!
I know.
Incinerate!
Some quiet.
Oh. Let's go there. Ah. Oh.
So, is this what delusions are made from? So much crystal marrow. Now, where have we seen that before? Wait a second. Are they getting this from Rito? So the Kanji Commission are...
At those bones.
Diana Special!
Killjoy!
stone.
You need to hurry up.
Yeah. You can't run.
Can't run. Well, this was well done.
Inadmissible evidence.
You need to hurry up. This
I
calculator.
must leave no stone unturned.
I run away.
Someone needs assistance.
Judgment.
Let me amuse myself.
You can't run. What an maybe this is just
What the heck?
fate's dark design.
Roasted fry.
Yeah.
Need a shield.
Well done.
Someone needs assistance.
Over here.
Leave it all to me.
Where's that water? Where's this water coming from?
You can't run. Blink.
Now you've got me worked up.
Punishment.
Can't handle your
You can't run.
So anyways, yeah, so recently I've been I watched the new movie, Marvel movie. I enjoyed it. I really wanna but I am not that type of person. So yeah. And the end credit scenes, though, that surprised me. I think there's a lot of connections I can make about it, and it is very interesting. Very interesting. I think my vision of how they're gonna, you know, take the story might come into fruition, and I will be super excited if that's the case. Okay, just that what? Just stop running. Ew, like jump. And wait, really? Okay. Oh, you can see this.
Yikes! It looks
Ow.
dangerous.
Yeah, no.
We'd better watch our step or we might get hit.
What happened? Come on, stupid platform. Oh, I see now. Oh.
Someone needs assistance.
Intruder spotted! Do not let them impede the work of the Harbingers. You'll never get out of here alive!
Okay. Okay, so. You're probably right.
You can't run!
You can't run! The time will break you! I see through you!
Leave no stone unturned. Lights out.
Judgment!
Killjoy! We don't just be quickly! This is bad.
Yeah, so I've been watching, yeah, I've watched the new Marvel movie. Wanted to see Free Guy. Free Guys?
Looks like this idiot must have a death wish.
It was during a time I couldn't.
Don't be intimidated.
But, yeah, and then, sadly, they took it out of, IMAX already because of the Shang-Chi movie. And also, I didn't actually know it was mostly like an Asian movie where, you know, they were speaking Mandarin Chinese the whole time. Because, yeah, I don't watch, I watch trailers, so when I was watching it, I was like, oh, neat. Or most of it, they're, you know, talking Chinese or something like that.
Work.
Stone.
You need to hurry up.
So that was kind of neat.
This one's well done.
Boom boom. This is Her Majesty's gift. Motion to compel. Leave it all to me.
I can hear a lot now.
You need to hurry up.
Can do this.
Steady as stone. Time to clean up.
You need to hurry up.
You can't run!
Roast and fry.
Judgment! Yeah.
Gosh, I hate this thing.
I must leave no stone unturned.
So is this the superintendent?
Got you.
Assume so.
You can't run!
Lights out. Out of my sight.
Time for your arraignment!
I get rid of this person first and we good?
Boom boom! Yikes! Winter, shall you venture?
Oh, alright, well,
Judgment! Yeah.
Diana Special!
What did they do with the life force? Alright, so this has nothing to do with spoilers for the new movie or anything, but I'm still sticking with my guns. Yeah, that's a phrase. You know, I'm sticking with my guns that they have to do something with the soul world, right? The soul stone in the soul world. It has to be. Literally, it has to be. They can't just not use the soul world.
You actually managed to find this place. Congratulations.
Oh, it's you. It's the Sacramento. Oh no, that's a city. Scaramouche. Mouche? Mustache? Oh, mustache. No, it's Oosh. Oosh. Scaramouche. Garamuche. Alche. Alche. Garamouche. Yeah, sure.
Barely 2 words in, and you already look like you want me dead.
You're manufacturing delusions. You're giving delusions to the resistance.
Oh, so that's what this is about. I think you've got the wrong idea. I know how this looks, but I'm just here to follow orders. I'm obviously not the mastermind behind this. Aren't you supposed to be pretty tough? What are you waiting for? Go get them.
So I'm assuming the arbitrator behind this, the mastermind, is that lady. I still don't remember her name. Fiona or something, right? Something like that, and who froze Barbados.
You're getting all worked up over nothing. You've changed. You're getting weak.
How can you say this is nothing?
How can you call it anything more? It's the way of the world. Human life is worthless. They were always going to die, with or without a delusion. At least having one gives them a chance to fulfill their ambitions. Do you have any idea how useful the Vision Hunt decree is to us? It took a lot of work to make it happen. Obviously, it was in our best interests. Good news is, our hard work is finally paying off. Generating conflict creates a big market for delusions. Now we just let the promise of power draw in the weak. For just a small price, they get the feeling of controlling the world, trading their life for supreme power. Pretty good deal, don't you think?
So, the Fatui started the Vision Hunt decree? You've been behind it all along?
From the outside, Inazuma looks pretty impenetrable. But on the inside, it's a land of opportunity. With a little effort, we were able to break them down from within. Eternity stretches things out over a long time, but each moment within it becomes all the more fragile. Take your friend in the Resistance, for example. There's nothing you can do now. He's a lost cause. Just like a bubble on the water. Beautiful for a moment, then total destruction. The more it takes from them, the more tightly they hold on to it. And the more incompetent they are, the more determined they are to fight it. It's such a farce. You have to see the funny side.
Don't you dare mock Tepe. He's not incompetent.
Hey, calm down! No!
That's it. Just like that. Embrace the anger. Embrace it! The wrath of the gods fills this factory, and it feeds on your anger.
What's happening? Get up!
Repeat after me. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3. Come on.
Yeah, Miko.
Oh, you recognize me right away. Your brain seems relatively unscathed. This is good news. It's just as well, really, with the amount of effort it took me to get you back here. Honestly, it was like you were glued to the ground back there.
Nico? Paimon's been wanting to ask you about something. How come you're acting so differently from when we first met you?
Am I? Maybe it's because I had the other Shrine Maidens leave. Anyway, I've always been like this. People show you whatever side of themselves they want you to see. I know this for a fact. Every side of me is the real me. People just like to define things in all sorts of arbitrary ways. This is a human society. At the moment, anyway. And I'm just doing as I please.
Paimon didn't quite follow.
Study humans a while longer, my little friend. You'll see what I mean.
How did you do it? How did you save me from the balladeer?
Right! Paimon was so focused on the Traveler that Paimon didn't notice what you did to get Scaramouche off our backs.
What if I told you it was a secret art from the Grand Narukami Shrine, and that I had the balladeer down on his knees, begging for mercy in an instant? Would you believe me? Well, maybe you should be worrying less about that, and more about how exactly you're going to thank me, no? Maybe some of your neural circuitry is less intact than I thought.
Thank you ever so much, Yair-sama.
I didn't mean you had to be so formal about it. I need your actions, not your words. The delusions. They're still on your mind, aren't they?
Yes. What happened next?
You needn't worry. The leader of Watatsumi Island took some troops to clear the place out. She's also issued a strict ban on the use of delusions across the whole army. With their stronghold exposed, I doubt the balladeer is stubborn enough to try and retaliate now on his colleagues' behalf. It would be more trouble than it's worth. I must say, I would relish the opportunity to watch the Fatui getting a taste of their own medicine. Well, anyway, that Sangonomiya Kokomi, she really outdid herself this time. I'd love to have another chat with her again in person, but alas, belief systems can be such a hindrance sometimes.
A hindrance? Should you really be saying that as the Gucci of the Grand Shrine?
Anyway, I'm only telling you this to stop you worrying so that you can focus on something I need you to do for me.
What do you need? This is why you rescued me?
You've met her, right?
Yes, at the ceremony. Wait, who? You mean the Raiden Shogun?
I'm not talking about the puppet. I mean her. You've met her, yes?
You mean inside? That place? Huh?
Yes, the true Raiden Shogun, who meditates endlessly in the plane of Euthymia to preserve her being. Her name is A.
Are you saying that the one we met at the ceremony was just a puppet? And the real Raiden Shogun is the one that the Traveler met later? And does that mean that when the battlefield changed, so did the opponent?
There were some subtle differences, but why go to such lengths?
Because this is the Raiden Shogun's eternity. Before pursuing the eternity of her nation, she had to reach eternity for herself. Since the physical body will eventually turn to dust, she replaced hers with that of a puppet. And since the spirit is susceptible to erosion, she placed her consciousness inside her sword, where she remains in a meditative state, free from all disturbances.
So, that place that she carved open with her sword...
The plane of Euthymia. Essentially, the world inside her mind. A place that typically only allows her existence. She shuts herself off in her inner world, leaving all the affairs of the outside world to be dealt with by a puppet, who has a singular focus on the pursuit of eternity. This is the approach A has come up with for realizing eternity.
Zhongli also mentioned erosion. Reason why he stepped down. Wait, this is... What? These aren't different questions. This is just a continuation of the sentence.
You mean Morax? It's been a while since I last saw him. A surprising decision by Liyue's Archon. What a fascinating god he is.
It seems like the Raiden Shogun's approach solves the problem Zhongli was facing, though.
perhaps. Or you could take the view that she's acting like a little child, throwing a temper tantrum and locking herself in her room. Don't you think? The grand notion of eternity she once held has long since given way to the eternity of her own definition. And ultimately, her eternity is defined by fear. The fear of loss.
I'm still not sure what you want me to do.
The truth is, we are on the same side. You want to save the people of Inazuma from the Vision Hunt Decree. So do I. The only difference is that I'd rather like to save this nation and save A while we're at it. The key is that the plane of Euthymia represents A's inner world. Defeat her there, and you may well have the chance to shake the Raiden Shogun's will.
So this is your plan? To abolish the Vision Hunt Decree? Not by talking her out of it, or through an armed resistance, but by, hopping inside the Raiden Shogun's inner world?
You're a fast learner. In short, this is the last chance to get Inazuma back on track. Otherwise, an eternity of darkness awaits.
I said one question. Why me?
Don't you realize how special you are? Remember, the plane of Euthymia is a space where only she is allowed to exist. The fact that you could appear there tells us one crucial thing.
Tell her.
That you have piqued her interest.
Oh, never mind.
Perhaps it's because she has never seen an individual who is so unpredictable in the face of eternity.
Ah.
Has no one else ever been in there?
None. No one has seen the devotee of eternity since she shut herself away. In fact, no one even knows what it looks like in there. Your existence is more than just an opportunity. It's the very key to all of this. To that I say, well done, child. You did not disappoint me after all.
Wait, you're leaving? Where are you going?
Anti-Raiden Shogun training. I've prepared a special program just for you. Come along.
I did not press anything, by the way. They just cut it out like that. That was weird. We've already been down there. Oh, yeah, we have. I guess I can remove this. Another one? Double check if there's another thing in here. I kind of doubt it, but yeah. So, oh, hello. Ghost down here? There has to be a reason why I marked area. Oh, what the heck? Right here? as well get the stuff, right?
You can't run. Shiver.
Oh. I mean by like get the stuff as in
Steady as stone.
get the red chest and get the sigils.
We'll end you. There's more. Barry. I'm ready.
Lights out. Can't handle your drink.
Ow.
You can't run.
Cut down. Like this.
I suppose it wasn't too much trouble.
There. And down here, that's where there's a marker. I think there might be a reason why I put a marker here. Where? Maybe, maybe not. Double checking. Why did I put a marker here? Is there anything I need to worry about here then? Alright. About checking. Alright, so let's get rid of these. Here? Oh, you know what? This is gonna bother me, but I gotta do this. I really have to get these because, you know, like the West had to give petals like these. I had to get these. You know, they're very annoying to get. I need 5 more. I don't want you. Away. I need the ones. Yep. That should be all of it. Alright, and then just jump down. Around here? Don't think so. Not that I can see. Yes. If it'll pop up if I see any, but I mean we'll see. Look around. I don't remember that. Enough on the hope, but I don't remember that. Let me actually go back up here because I don't remember that little cubby hole there. That must be something. Yeah, I don't remember that at all. At least check it out a bit. It was kind of important. Oh, never mind. I have been here before. Yes, I did. Okay. Is there anything? I do need the juice still. If I can
We're gonna do it here? And what's this mechanism for?
Think of it as a catalyst that can reproduce the Raiden Shogun's combat moves. I made it from my own memory, which means it should be perfectly accurate. Unless, of course, her skills have declined. It'll give you a chance to figure out her moves in advance and come up with a counter strategy. That should be a big help, don't you think? The aim is to try to not get hit by the attacks. Since you've escaped certain death at her hand once already, I presume this shouldn't be more than you can handle.
I guess.
What's stopping you? Not still traumatized from your last encounter, are you?
I am. But guess it doesn't matter to you. Your health is important. Your challenge? Activate the final challenge? Your challenge? Finishing moves? Oh. I got hit. Like, does it mean I avoid getting hit? Or, like, avoid dying?
I missed a spot.
I literally got hit, but it... Owie.
Leave it all to me. Someone needs assistance.
Wait, 9 out of 10? Oh.
Steady as stone.
Oh, by the finishing move. Oh, I actually have to get hit? Okay.
Someone needs assistance.
Are you serious? That...
Can't keep my
What?
eyes open.
Leave it all to me. I missed a spot. I must leave no stone unturned.
Do I actually have to get rid of one of them? Okay, I understand.
Someone needs assistance. Motion to compel.
Oh wait, so I actually do have to get hit? Okay, you know what, fine. I will get hit. And realized like I had to get hit. This is annoying. Fine.
Leave it all to me.
Wait, what? Did get hit? I'm so confused. It hit 10 times, right?
Steady as stone.
Or am I supposed to avoid it?
I'll catch up. Leave it all to me.
Okay, I got a check mark. Okay, final challenge.
Steady as stone.
Oh, 3. Oh. Alright. Don't tell me I have to do that. Yeah.
What a workout!
It's a little challenging. Is that it? It's a little challenging. Let's be humble.
So how come you know so much about the RAIDEN Shogun?
You mean me? Perhaps it's because I'm the Electro Archon's servant.
What? Like Devalin is to Barbados? Huh. Never would have guessed by looking at you.
It sounds like you'd be more persuaded if you saw me in my fox form.
I'd like to see that.
In your dreams.
Oh.
More curious than my appearance is the fact that she and I don't see each other anymore, wouldn't you say? A nation to last for all eternity is a dream that she and I both share. But I don't think that's the same thing as complete stasis. At some point, she started going down a path that became increasingly difficult for me to join her on. You know, A never said goodbye to me before she stepped into the plane of Euthymia. Perhaps it's just my wishful thinking, but I think she did this deliberately, as her way of keeping our friendship eternal. By neither saying goodbye nor seeing me again, our relationship will remain forever how it was. In her mind, at least.
The RAIDEN Shogun is the wishful thinker here. He has taken a very one-sided view.
Since we've embarked on two very different paths to eternity, I can either continue to maintain the status quo or do whatever it takes to bring her back on track, regardless of the cost. I have chosen the latter because if stubbornly isolating herself in the plane of Euthymia is her idea of eternity, then my duty as her eternal servant is to drag her back out of her own head and into the real world.
Aw, Miko, you sound sound like a really great friend.
I'm only telling you this so you can properly understand my plan. Could you possibly spare the sentimentality for the time being? Anyway, that's enough chit-chat. Time for anti-RAIDEN Shogun training phase 2.
There's a part 2?
Are you serious? I didn't need to do the freaking first one? The second one? Aww.
If you get hit by the Muso no Hitotachi, that's it. It's game over. I would get training if I were you.
But it said 3 hits before. Oh, it is red.
You can't run.
Oh, you said to defeat opponents. Okay.
I must leave no stone unturned, as
Fine.
a dutiful maid would.
It's fine actually.
You can't run. Breath of the flame.
Pew pew.
Punishment.
Heck?
Look at you.
Judgment.
Heal, let me heal. Perfect. They don't get hit. Oh, that's doo-doo. Poo-poo. Even the villager threw the bomb at the thing. That does it.
We're finally done. How did we do?
You did quite admirably. I could see your determination and your hard work.
So, do you think we're ready to beat the RAIDEN Shogun now?
How do I put this? You're no match for her at all.
Wait, what? So all of this was a complete waste of time?
You are the most important part of the plan. I know what I'm doing. You don't think I'd leave you with no chance to win at all, do you? Speaking of, Traveler, what do you think of the Resistance Army's chances?
Yeah, to be honest, they're no match for her either.
You're absolutely right. Perhaps they occasionally best the Shogun's army in open battle, but when they face the RAIDEN Shogun herself, considering even their visions have been taken from them and embedded in the statue, they're ultimately quite helpless.
You don't have to be so blunt. The Traveler's the captain of Swordfish too, you know.
I don't mean to belittle them. On the contrary. It is precisely because of their helplessness, because their visions have been taken from them, that their will is all the more precious. In short, if everything goes according to plan, they may yet prove to be helpful.
So, what is the plan?
Oh, goodness, is that the time? I have another guest to receive today. We can talk more back at the Grand Narukami Shrine.
All of a sudden, you're entertaining guests? Paimon's really struggling to understand how you work.
Me too. I think so here. E. The servants. Okay.
Okay, we can talk here. You asked me about the plan. In fact, I've been mulling it over for quite a long time. Before one makes a plan, what is the most important thing one must do?
Don't know. What is it?
You must understand the situation you are facing. The Vision Hunt Decree was obviously devised as a means of manipulating the Shogun, the ones behind it knowing full well her susceptibility as a puppet, with a single-minded focus on eternity.
The Balladeer confirmed this. The Fatui did it to create the demand for delusions.
Yes, this is the strongest piece of evidence we have to go on. Now, we also know that every aspect of the Vision Hunt Decree's promulgation and execution has been enthusiastically spearheaded by the Tenryou Commission from the outset.
Ayaka was saying that every time they submitted a petition against the Vision Hunt Decree, the Tenryou and Kanjo commissions would veto it straight away with no negotiation.
The Tenryou Commission is working for the Fatui. The Kanjo Commission betrayed the shogunate long ago.
Yes, it's all too clear that both the Tenryou and Kanjo commissions are in some form of collusion with the Fatui. Foolish humans, blinded by their greed. Thus, the current situation is that our Fatui antagonist is still at large, has the two rogue commissions wrapped around their finger, and is distributing delusions from the shadows. Unfortunately, given that said antagonist is under the protection of two commissions and the RAIDEN Shogun, we would be rather hard-pressed to track them down.
So, what should we do?
It will be easier for us to start with someone from Inazuma. So my plan is to incite rebellion in the Tenryou Commission.
Rebellion? What are you talking about? After everything you just said, it sounds like the Tenryou Commission has rebelled already.
When I say rebellion, I don't mean betraying the shogunate. I mean inciting a certain someone to betray the Tenryou Commission. If we manage to convince her, I'm quite sure we'll be able to get you another audience with the RAIDEN Shogun.
Don't be so coy. Who is this certain someone?
I'll give you a clue. She's currently in charge of the Shogun's army. She visits the shrine at this time every month, and she is our guest today. She also appears to be standing right behind you.
Oh, she's on my team too.
Don't move a muscle. You've got some nerve showing up here in the shrine when there's an active warrant for your arrest. Don't even think about trying anything. Surrender now. You're coming with me to headquarters. Seize her!
Affirmative.
Kujusara!
It seems that you're forgetting. This is the Grand Narukami Shrine. Use of force here is strictly forbidden. Before you proceed, which of you would like to face criminal charges for dishonoring the Shogun,
Ugh. Gujiai, please tell me you are not sheltering a wanted criminal here.
We are just friends. I don't see what sheltering has to do with it. Tell your subordinates to leave. We have things to discuss.
All of you outside.
As you wish.
Gujiai, I'm a little curious. Does it not also dishonor the Shogun to hide a wanted criminal at her grand shrine?
You're the same as ever, Kujo-Sara. No one can match you when it comes to loyalty to the Shogun.
As a servant, loyalty to the Shogun is my duty. And as a warrior, I dedicate my life to following the way of the Shogun.
Even though she will one day seize your vision too?
The Vision Hunt Decree is the Shogun's chosen course, and I shall not question it.
Oh, it's tragic. Such wholehearted devotion rendered meaningless by circumstance. Have you been kept in the dark? Or are you the only one left in the light?
Lady Guji, I need you to be direct. Tell me exactly what you mean.
The Vision Hunt Decree is a trap. Part of a Fatui plot to bring Inazuma to its knees. And your masters, the Kujo clan of the Tenryou Commission, they're the ones keeping the truth from reaching the Shogun.
You're saying the Kujo clan... betrayed the shogunate?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Guuji Yae, your allegation is not only dangerous, but ridiculous. The Tri-Commission has served the Shogun since ancient times, and remains absolutely loyal to this day. Ever since I was adopted by the Kujo clan, I have seen and heard nothing but pure devotion toward the Shogun. At every level of the Tenryou Commission, especially from the head of the clan, Kujo Takayuki. He reveres the Muso no Hitotachi more than anyone. My own respect for the Shogun pales in comparison to his. How could he ever even dream of acting against the Shogun?
3 days. Come back here in 3 days and I will show you the evidence. As a Guuji, there's one thing I know very well. People believe whatever they want to believe. Some things you do not see, simply because you do not wish to look. And so, it falls to me to place the truth before your eyes, in all its ugliness.
3 days? I'll be here. But if I don't see any evidence, I will demand a formal apology for slandering the Kujo clan. Also, she will have to come with me.
Wonderful. Then I'll see you in 3 days. I look forward to it very much.
That was so scary! Paimon wasn't expecting to run into Kujosara here.
On her team.
But, Miko, you mentioned evidence of the Tenryou Commission's betrayal. Is that all in hand and good to go, or...?
Why are you always asking so many questions? Of course not. I just had to say something because I clearly wasn't convincing her.
Not entirely unexpected.
As plans go, changing the deity's mind is a huge gamble to begin with. We can't expect to be in control of every last detail when we're facing off against a god, can we?
Okay, but what are we gonna do, though? We only have 3 days.
If we want to get our evidence, we're going to need some help. Now, come with me. We must awaken the professional.
Awaken the professional? Who there? Hello? And the helper?
That toy Tanuki just turned into a human! What's going on? Paimon's never seen one of these before.
Not a Tanuki. I'm a Muchina. I'm so tired. If I don't get enough sleep, it'll stunt my growth.
Is this the professional you were talking about? She doesn't look very professional at all.
She is a member of the Shiumatsuban, a genuine, bona fide ninja.
Wow, a ninja? So was that one of those legendary ninja transformation techniques? Anyway, what's the Shumatsuban?
It belongs to the Yashiro Commission, a secret unit under Kamisato Ayato. Now, Kamisato Ayato and the Yashiro Commission are neutral parties, so I have no right to give orders to the Shiumatsuban. However, convincing their most chronically lazy member to help us is well within my abilities. Here's what I need you to do. Go into town and find evidence of the Tenryou Commission's betrayal. It would not be appropriate for me to be seen there myself.
You make it sound so simple, but...
I have no idea what I'm looking for. What exactly is this evidence?
Oh, I thought you would have figured it out by now. All right then. I'll indulge you with a little more information. For a complete outsider, probing the inner workings of the Tenryou Commission is nigh on impossible. But since the three commissions work together to serve the Shogun, they have a close relationship. Someone from one of the other commissions might have an easier job of figuring out what they're up to.
The Yashiro Commission.
Now you're following me. The Shogun's army haven't given up on their search for you yet, but with the help of this Shiu Matsuban ninja, I'm sure you'll be able to rendezvous with your friends. Don't forget, we're on a tight schedule here. Be sure to bring back the evidence in good time.
Alright. Alright, tea house. Amore, tea house.
Toma! Toma! You there? It's us! We're back!
What brings you here? Did you meet with the Resistance? How's the battle going? Is it safe for me to come out yet?
Not just yet. We saw people patrolling on our way here.
So, it's still not over. I guess you came here because you have something to discuss? I'll get someone to call for Miss Kamisato. Bear with me for 1 second.
I see. You have been through a lot since we last met. I understand. You need evidence of the Tenryou Commission's betrayal. Let me think. Now that you mention it, there is one thing that has always concerned me. The Shogun's army has been at war with the Resistance for a long time now, but not once has the Shogun ever inquired about it. I used to think that she simply didn't care, but looking at it now, perhaps the problem all along has been with the Tenryou Commission's reports to the Shogun.
What do you mean?
The Tenryou Commission presides over domestic military affairs. If they ever had any intention of concealing information in their reports, we would have no way of knowing. Meanwhile, the Shogun would incorrectly conclude that the Vision Hunt decree poses no threat and would stick to her decision. If we had access to their reports, it would confirm everything.
But as I recall, the only person authorized to access that kind of official documentation is Kujo Takayuki. It's heavily guarded too. Even with Sayu's help, swiping a document from under their noses is no easy task.
If only there was a way we could distract the guards just for long enough.
A distraction, you say? We've done this before.
Yoimiya's fireworks!
That's a very Toma-sounding suggestion. But it's a reasonable one. The statue of the omnipresent god is right by the Tenryou Commission. If someone set off fireworks near the statue, they certainly wouldn't ignore it. While they were preoccupied with that, Sayu could infiltrate the Tenryou Commission and take the report, as well as any other evidence she might find.
Great! It feels like I'm getting closer and closer to being a free man again. It feels like it's been an eternity since we last sat down and talked like this.
It's not been quite that long.
Well, it certainly felt like it to me. I've been looking forward to seeing you again every day since I got here. This tea house used to be my favorite hiding place, but now I've honestly lost track of how long it's been since I last set foot outside of here. Oh man, I want to go to the hot springs so badly.
Poor Toma.
Let's focus on the issue at hand. The sooner the Vision Hunt decree is abolished, the sooner Toma will be free. This was a reunion of sorts, but there's no time to catch up. We'll celebrate properly when it's all over.
Ooh, let's play the hot pot game again.
You're still thinking about that?
The Tenryou Commission is heavily guarded. Be careful when you get near. Let's meet back here afterwards.
All right. First, let's go to Hanamizaka to find Yoimiya.
books were more interesting in the past.
I really hope the plan works out.
Fireworks are more visible at night. If possible, I suggest you wait till after dark to put your plan into action.
Okie dokie. It's nighttime, so it's all good. Wait, I need to start preparing for next stuff.
You know, my art is to have the patience to
Yeah, recipes? Oh my gosh. Wait, that means here's recipes. Oh my gosh, a lot of recipes. Give me that bacon. Yum 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 in my tum tum tum. Except for the seafood stuff. Back. I'm back, waifu.
Yoimiya, we need an extra large firework. The super duper big kind.
Extra large firework? You sure came to the right person. As it happens, I made this really souped up one just a couple days ago. But it's so powerful that I haven't found anywhere I can test it out yet. Huh, may as well give it to you. Let me know how it turns out. Don't forget, move well away from it after you light the fuse, and try to avoid burning your clothes. Also, it's best that you cover your ears.
Why does Paimon feel so nervous all of a sudden?
Don't worry, it's just a firework, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
We'll give it a try. Thanks, Yoimiya.
What's the worst that can happen? You can blow up. That's literally what the worst that can happen. You can blow up and die. That's about it. Yoimiya's pride and joy as the current owner of Naganohara Fireworks. It still seems to be in an experimental state. Nothing's going to go wrong, right? Precise firework.
Is there anything else you want?
Guess not. Wigging tail? Oh, dang it. Oh. Wiggling tail. Oh, okay. Here we go. Alright, just don't step like 2 feet backwards because you just get kicked out instantly. It's like, oh no, person we're about to rest is right here, but then all of a sudden, you know, she takes 2 steps away from us, and then we can't catch her. Like, what? Doesn't make any sense.
Pretty much how I thought. There are loads and loads of people. If one of them spots me, I'll get caught.
Except for that guy at the gate. That guy, literally, you see right at the gate right there. He doesn't care about you. Actually, no one here cares about you getting caught. Literally, no one cares. I jumped in because I had to give that guy at the gate, the one at the left side, an item for his request. In Inazuma, and then I just went to talk to those other two, and they were like, they were chill. Oh, okay, just everyone else outside.
We need to get rid of them, or I won't be able to sneak inside.
We'll just have to trust Yoimiya.
After I get the document, let's meet back at Komari Tea House, okay? Also, if I do get caught, please come rescue me. Is this really a good idea? Anyway, let's make our way to the statue. Careful does it. Watch out for guards and don't get caught.
Aw, please come rescue me if I get caught. So cute. I'm literally like right in front of them.
What kind of firework is this? By the look of it, Paimon's ears are gonna get blown off. Oh, Yoimiya, you are officially nuts. Uh-oh, they're all coming this way. Quick, run!
I'm going. Oh, I did it. Done's it.
Well, how did it go?
I'm not sure. We lit the firework and ran away.
Well done. Let's wait for news from Sayu.
I know exercise helps you grow, but this was a little too much exercise. I feel so dizzy. Everyone is spinning. No, I can't sleep yet. There was something important I was supposed to do first. Oh, right, yeah, I got it. I didn't know how to find a document you guys were talking about, so I just swiped a whole bunch of stuff that looks suspicious. Here you go. I'm going to sleep now.
My lady, what are we looking at?
This sealed envelope must be an official report that the Tenryou Commission is preparing to present to the Shogun. In addition, we have correspondence with the Fatui. It seems that Gujiai was right. They have been fomenting unrest behind the scenes. This should be ample evidence. Please take them to Gujiai. I trust you will have a plan for the next step. I will also gather some people to try and root out the rest of the Fatui in Inazuma.
Still, mind yourself when you face the Shogun. I still get goosebumps just thinking about her drawing that blade.
Again, we'll just have to trust Gujiai. She is close to the Shogun, so maybe she will have a way.
If Paimon remembers correctly, it should be time for a meeting with Yaimiko soon. Let's pack up our things and get ready to head to the Grand Narukami Shrine.
Let's see this. Obtained from Kujo Takayuki. None are privy to these contents save him and the Shogun, or so they tell you. It has the seal of the Kujo clan head on it. Destroy. Read. Brilliant lightning reaches out across Inazuma, displaying the eternal path of our mighty Narukami Ogosho to the distant seas and spreading her name across the lands. Your devoted servant Kujo Takayuki of the Tenryou mission humbly submits this memorandum. The Vision Hunt decree proceeds without obstacles. O almighty Ogosho, at your mercy and might all delusions waste away. Those who have fled return, and all your people be welcomed. The inspections indeed, even in their hearts. All in Inazuma is at peace thanks to your divine power, you Excellency. Tenryou Commission and secret letter obtained from Kujo Takayuki. The contents are a bit ambiguous, but it isn't difficult to see that some of it involves an exchange of intelligence with the Batui.
Don't we have a job to do?
Mind yourself against the RAIDEN Shogun.
Okay.
That Gujiae. She is such an enigma.
Hmm? Where? Shrine, right?
Lady Guji, here I am, as promised. Rest assured I came here alone and told no one about this trip.
I knew you would keep your promise after all. I'm sure you've barely been able to take your mind off it these past few days. Have you managed to get any sleep at all?
You're quite mistaken. I would never doubt the leaders of my clan. So, where is your proof?
Here.
Ah, how wonderful. Everyone's keeping their promises today.
Oh, you wouldn't believe what we had to go through to get our hands on this stuff.
Hand them to Sarah. She can examine them for herself.
What is this? I see this document bears the official seal of the head of the Kujo clan, and it doesn't look like a forgery. I don't understand. Not a single word about the resistance, Sangonomiya, or the situation on the front line. What about the soldiers who gave their lives on the front line, or the hardship endured by the people? Do they deserve no mention? Utter disregard for human life. Why would they want to hide it?
For the sake of the Vision Hunt decree, of course. Don't you think the Shogun might reconsider her policy if all of the things you just mentioned appeared in this report?
So, the Tenryou Commission, they are deliberately deceiving the Shogun?
Yes. Now, who else do you think might be benefiting from the Vision Hunt decree?
I also have a confidential letter here.
This is a letter from the Tenryou Commission to the Fatui. The head of the Kujo clan kept this a secret from the Shogun, too.
Well, the things you wanted to see but also wished not to see are here before you. Surely, you aren't planning to turn a blind eye to them?
So everything I've ever held on to, it's all... How could they? Ugh! This betrayal is unforgivable! Takayuki, you've got some explaining to do!
Kujo-Sara seems pretty angry, huh? Looks like our Tenryou rebellion is successfully underway.
The Shogun's army is without a leader for now. If we follow her, we might meet the RAIDEN Shogun.
Yep. Let's catch up with her.
Hold on, Traveler. There's something else we need to discuss.
Huh?
Last time you entered the plane of Euthymia, it was in front of the statue of the omnipresent god, correct?
Correct, I think. I don't remember.
You must find a way to recreate the circumstances of that day. If you can get the RAIDEN Shogun to open her heart to you once more before the statue of the omnipresent god, you will have the opportunity you need.
I would do my best.
Take this with you as a farewell gift.
What is it?
The omamori from the Grand Narukami Shrine are very potent indeed. I thought I'd put one aside for you.
Thank you. I will treasure it.
If you find yourself at your wit's end, take it out and see what happens. Maybe your prayers will be answered and all your problems will disappear in the blink of an eye. Or if you ever think about me during your journey, take it out, won't you? Who knows? Maybe I'll just end up appearing right in front of you.
Cut it out, Fox Lady. This isn't the time or place to be poking fun at the Traveler.
I'm sorry. Well then, time for you to face my hopeless fool of a friend. I'm counting on you.
It's just a bag of white fluffy powder. Just like if you're at the end, just take this out and just powder everywhere. And Omamori given to you by Yai Miko. You can take this out and have a look whenever you think of me as well, you know? Did an etchy photo? Maybe. Oh my. Oh look, no one's guarding this place anymore.
You followed me here? You've got guts, I'll give you that. Since you are a witness, I suppose I can shield you from arrest. At least until I have received an explanation from Takayuki. But if it turns out that you have been deceptive in this matter, then not only will you be arrested immediately, but you'll also be charged with one more crime. Do I make myself clear?
Perfectly clear. That I didn't hear what you just said, but lead the way.
Good.
Oh, Field Commission headquarters, possible rewards, everything, nothing. Perfect. Sure.
Apologies, ma'am. Orders from the top. No one is allowed to enter.
Out of my way! I need to speak to him. I won't tell you twice.
Oh, I have this character, so that's actually... What does charging look like? Good? So, charging does nothing.
Flash!
That's holding it. That's like a trap. So press it once. Interesting. So if I hit, I don't know how it works. Okay, whatever. What's this?
Glory to the Shogun! Quiver!
Let's make another one.
Withdraw.
Okay, hold on, let's check something.
I must. Battle formation.
All right. What if I do this?
Strike! Storm the front! Quiver!
Soldiers!
So does it?
Strike! No turning back!
This.
What do you have actually on? And you have the Favonius Warbow. Okay, artifacts is the Noblesse Oblige, and you have that. Gotcha. Iterado. Oh.
I must withdraw.
Quiver!
Leave it all to me.
You cannot match my bravery!
Sure.
Take this! I won't teach you a lesson. Allow me to strike first.
Strike!
Motion to compel. Time for your arraignment.
Quiver! Glory to the Shogun!
Are these bombs only after I've used it, I guess?
Strike!
Don't hold back!
Lights out.
Judgment!
Look at you, Boo Down.
Hey!
Flash! They're gaining the upper hand!
Watch your step!
Yeah. What a news!
Okay.
No turning back! Strike! You can't run! Punishment!
Time for cleanup.
Where do these people come from?
Allow me.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Show me what you've got! I dare you!
Incinerate!
Judgment!
Get what you're
What was he? Oh, 91.
Inadmissible evidence!
Don't hold back!
Go. There it is.
Boom boom!
Judgment!
Allow me.
Did it hit up there or something? What the heck?
I must withdraw.
Glory to the... You can't run!
I've lost. Watch your step. Show me what you've got.
Shiver!
There we go. Finally hit.
As a dutiful maid would.
Perfect.
Flash!
I must withdraw. Train harder.
Stop! Sarah, have you gone insane? How dare you disregard my orders?
Master,
Go on, ask him. Don't let him intimidate you.
Master Takayuki, I've seen the report to the throne and the letter to the Fatui. Please, tell me why.
So this is how my documents went missing from headquarters. You stole them.
Should I take your words to mean that these documents were not forgeries? They were really penned by your own hand. Please tell me, Master. I need to know. Has the Tenryou Commission really betrayed the Shogunate?
Yes, I have dealings with the Fatui, and yes, the report you saw was penned by my hand.
He just came right out and admitted it.
The diplomats from Snezhnaya promised a very generous reward indeed, and all they requested of me in return was to see that the Vision Hunt decree is upheld. For too long, the Kujo clan's position has been coveted by so many. There is no shortage of clans who would tear us down at the first opportunity. So, when the chance arose to gain the backing of another powerful nation and crack down on our enemies at the same time, it appeared to me to be an excellent deal. I simply saw no need to inform you, Sarah.
But you worship the Shogun. How can you betray her after all this time and act like it's nothing?
Betrayal? How can you call this a betrayal? The Fatui may think they are using me, but the reverse is true. What could they possibly hope to achieve? When the lightning strikes in Inazuma, they shall fall to their knees and tremble, paralyzed by fear and trepidation. After all, none can contend with the supreme power of the almighty Raiden Shogun and the Muso no Hitotachi!
His intention wasn't to betray the Raiden Shogun, he's just overconfident in her power.
Yeah, he doesn't worship the Raiden Shogun herself, but her power as a warrior. Especially the Muso no Hitotachi. In fact, he seems to be way too into it.
But Master, what about loyalty? Ever since I was adopted by the Kujo clan, you taught me the importance of loyalty from servants to their superiors. But it's clear to me now that you wanted my loyalties to stop with the Kujo clan. So you were scared that I would betray you one day? You hypocrite! Preaching about virtue just to mask your own wretched selfishness!
Selfishness? I am but safeguarding the eternity of the Kujo clan. I'm quite sure the almighty Shogun would be sympathetic to that. As would the former head of our clan.
Hate to say it, but his ego is getting in the way. If he thinks the Kujo clan is a match for the Fatui, Paimon thinks he's in for a nasty surprise.
There's no point trying to argue with him. Let's see what Kujo Sara thinks.
I've doubted the Vision Hunt decree in the past. I asked myself, is this truly the correct thing to do? Even though it goes against what I know in my heart to be right. But I chose to obey the Shogun. For as long as she leads the way, who among us is qualified to judge between right and wrong when we have not yet reached the end of the path? But now I realize that the path of eternity is one without end, while this path, it has long since been defiled by your selfish ways. So I'm going to tell the Shogun the truth about all this. If nothing else, my conscience will be clear.
Stubborn and futile. Report to the Shogun if you so wish. The Kujo clan's position is now unshakable, and nothing you can do will change this. The Shogun is at Tenshukaku receiving a Snezhnayan diplomat, a harbinger by the name of Signora.
Oh, that was her name. Signora.
Signora's the one behind all this? Ugh, not her again!
Yeah, I knew it.
Way back in Rito, Lady Hiragi said something about the Kanjo Commissioner meeting with an arrogant-sounding woman. We should have known.
A diplomat from Snezhnaya? Well, if she thinks she's leaving Inazuma in one piece, she's got another thing coming.
Sara stormed off! Do you think she's gonna go barge into Tenshukaku right now?
Either way, we have a score to settle with Signora.
You can say that again! Alright then, let's do this!
Yeah, let's do this. Goal is in Teyvat. Yeah, thank you. Alright, let's talk to this guy.
Long as we have the Muso no Hitotachi, the people of Inazuma have nothing to fear. A self-evident fact. Yet Sara is blind to it.
Oh no, she's blind to it. Oh. Oh. I'm actually stuck. How did this happen? Uh-oh. I don't. Gosh. I want to actually. I don't want to leave. I want to leave first. Oh, there we go. See if anything happened when I get out, you know? Oh. Oh. That was kind of funny though, getting stuff like that. That was super silly. Oh man. Oh no. Bad things are coming. Bad things are coming. Scared. Oh no. What's it gonna be like up there? Everyone's just downed. Oh. What happened? Wait, why isn't my marker up? Ooh. Aim. Wait, go to challenge. Ooh, I will ask you a question and you shall answer me with your sword. That looks cool. That still doesn't answer my question why Ooh. You know. Oh yeah, let's oh yeah, let's just equip this one. It looks freaking cool.
What's going on?
I don't know, you're looking at the ground. That's what's going on. I don't know, you do tell me.
What's going on?
I don't think I've ever been up here before. Just looking around. Right? Oh. Narukami Island Tenshukaku. This is where the Raiden Shogun dwells. If your guess isn't off, you're about to meet Ignora again. Ooh. Yeah, sure. Talk to Signora. So it's Senora, as in like the G is silent? I'm just gonna call her Signora. Can I like not talk to Ignora and just kind of go around? Oh.
The way people charge in here as they please, so uncivilized. If I didn't know this was Tenshukaku, I might have mistaken it for some kind of street market. Have you learned your lesson now?
Oh no! What has she done to Kujusara?
The right to punish Inazumans for their crimes is mine alone. Not yours, Signora.
Then I apologize, Almighty Shogun.
Signora! Wait, what am I saying, Signora?
I know. You can't get me out of your mind. But you really don't need to call my name all the time. Don't go thinking I'm surprised to see you here. I'm well aware that you hate me, with the way you follow me around like a dark shadow.
Me follow you around? I don't know. I think you're delusional about something there. You're secretly distributing delusions. You're trying to seize control of Inazuma. Yeah, I mean, if you like kill off the population, I'm pretty sure that, yeah.
Ah, so you came to expose my crimes in front of the Shogun? I'm just a Snezhnayan diplomat. I'm afraid I have no idea what you're talking about.
She doesn't take us seriously at all!
For all who have lost their visions, for all who have been harmed by delusions.
Stop talking about people and things that I care nothing about. They were nobodies to begin with, and their names will be forgotten. But now, at least, they get to be building blocks in the grand revolution to realize eternity. Is that not the greatest honor they could hope for in their tiny little lives? Almighty Shogun, do correct me if I'm wrong.
For Venti's Gnosis, and for the people of Liyue you imperiled. Well, it's... I mean, why are these choices? I don't understand. Why don't just say it? Yeah, I guess. This one.
That's ancient history. You certainly love to hold a grudge. The Tsaritsa's dream is the noblest and purest thing in all the world. These other mundane details you insist on mentioning, they're just necessary sacrifices. That's all.
Why do you keep bouncing those, hair around? Those balloon-like hair. Time for me to put a stop to this.
You? Stop me? For what it's worth, I've grown tired of seeing you around as well. But I didn't have you down as someone quite so foolhardy. Before you go saying something you can't take back, remember that you're Inazuma's most wanted criminal. I suggest you consider your circumstances very carefully. Charging into Tenshukaku uninvited and lecturing me in front of the Shogun wasn't the brightest move. Don't you think it's time you stopped digging? I'm not sure you realize quite how much distance there is between us, both in status and in strength.
I challenge you to a duel before the throne.
Proceed.
My, you're full of surprises today. So you've learned to make the law of the land work for you too, I'll admit that I never expected to be in a situation where the two of us were on equal footing. You are aware that the loser must die. Are you sure this is what you want?
Traveler!
Then I will deign to share this last dance with you. Till death do us part!
She's a tall lady.
A lesson on harbinger power and elegance? As you wish.
Huh. I thought I was gonna be fighting the Raiden Shogun for some reason.
Can't run.
I'm pretty sure this is what I'm supposed to do. I mean, this is the only thing. So she's ice. Okay. Interesting, didn't realize that.
Leave it all to me.
Am I here with this? Oh.
Judgment! Incinerate! Breath of the flame! Shiver!
You can't run!
Into the frozen void! Detestable!
Yo. Okay, so it depends on how fast I destroy those things. I get it now. That's why the ice thing came up. Maybe? No, it's just around her.
What a nuisance! Leave it all to me.
You can't run!
Oh no, it's just one thing at a time. Okay, interesting.
I must leave no stone unturned.
Thank you for healing me. Oh. You know, I might as well just eat some food, right? I mean, I like... I'm looking for... Ooh, what's this? Ooh, looks good. Might as well take this thing, decreases the sheer code thing, so that I know that helped me. Ice attack, that, and go defense on Lily seafood. Alright, well, it didn't help.
The Tsaritsa's benevolence has no place for transgressors.
I'll catch up.
I cannot answer that person. And plus I can't actually play with them. Sorry. Because of story.
You've got some nerve laying your hands on me. Harbinger power has become burdensome. I will manifest my destiny anew. Await my emergence and tremble, traveler. You have reason to be afraid.
Again, up to you. Sorry.
Boom boom!
The pale flame smolders.
Wait, what's this? Oh. Okay.
Pale flame, lay waste to frozen shell and
Hold
witness.
on. Be quiet, be quiet. Yeah, fire. There we go.
My suffering. In fires of sin and retribution, your soul will be incinerated.
Alright. Go away, Firebird. Oh, God.
Not every wound will heal.
Where did that come from? You even get hit? Alright. Wait, what heat? I know there's this heat thing.
Who dares? Me? A witch!
You can't run.
I mean, you're called the
So you know your stuff, huh?
witch or whatever, right?
I must leave no stone
it's not-
Not every wound will heal.
I'm not the one that called you that, you know. You named yourself, so I mean.
Immolation! A cherished agony. Do you feel it?
Inadmissible evidence.
Okay, is there? I was like, why is she not taking damage?
You can't run.
Lights out.
All right, perfect.
You can't run.
I'm running out of that beef stick thing. Oh.
Can't handle your drink.
Oh my
Looks
gosh,
like
you're
overtime
serious?
today.
Let's stay right here. No, I'm not. Maybe I should put someone with water, you know?
You can't run.
Leave it all to me.
I don't know, I gotta try something, you know?
Judgment.
Not every wound will heal.
Punishment.
Just stay here, please.
What a nuisance.
Steady as stone.
Incinerate. You can't run.
So strong, but how? I am a Snezhnayan diplomat. You know what happens if you lay a finger on me, swear. If you strike me, I will make sure. The Fatui will make sure that your precious Inazuma... Stop! I order you! And you! Filthy rats! All of you! You are the enemy of eternity. But as the victor, I acknowledge your honor. Therefore, I shall allow you to leave Tenshukaku alive.
Oh my gosh.
The Raiden Shogun isn't gonna let us off just like that, right?
I'm not moving, by the way.
The air feels suffocating. It must be the RAIDEN Shogun's almightiness.
I can't move. Ignora slain.
One strike from the Shogun and now Senora is gone.
I'm just gonna...
She got what she deserved, but Paimon still can't help but feel upset.
Maybe I should just let the camera do its work.
Why are they doing it? Why are the Harbingers collecting all the no-seeds? Huh? Traveler, you got a headache? Chin up. Let's get out of this place. Paimon feels unsettled.
Wait, I got it to there. Okay. Muso no Hidotachi.
Also, when the Shogun executed Senora with the Muso no Hitotachi, it was unbelievably powerful. It seems impossible to defend against. And if so, we've got no hope whatsoever of defeating her in combat.
Yaimiko's plan.
So, to recap, Yaimiko wants us to go back inside the plane of Euthymia by the statue of the omnipresent god. Oh, but we'll be like lambs to the slaughter, won't we? Oh, maybe we could put this plan on hold for a while? There's the sound of electro zapping in the air. Paimon can barely breathe. Traveler, are you okay? You're so silent.
I'm guessing...
Sounds like there's a lot of noise coming from outside Tenshikaku. Has a fight broken out or something? Oh, the guards seem really nervous. Well, let's go see what the situation is, shall we?
What are you looking at? What are you seeing that I'm not seeing?
There will always be those who dare to brave the lightning's glow.
So, we meet again.
I don't remember meeting her.
Indulge my curiosity. What is the reason that I find you standing here before me once again?
Okay, that's not good. If I don't remember ever like meeting her here, then yeah, it's not good on my part, on my end.
Do you hope your foolhardiness will shelter those people? Or was it simply a means of seeking an audience with me?
I have a question though. Okay, so it seemed like she was controlling us to leave, right? It was puppeteering us to leave in a way. And if I didn't I guess if I didn't press that X button, I'm pretty sure I would have, yeah, pretty sure I would have, been dead. Because, letting us technically leave, right? And so if I didn't leave in time, I guess, and, you know, if I didn't get to that cutscene, you know, I'm pretty sure she would just like, well, I let you leave, but you didn't leave. Goodbye. Do we have deceived the RAIDEN Shogun? The Vision Hunt Decree should never have existed. Alright, let's go with this one.
Oh? Surely you didn't rouse me from my state of eternal meditation only to tell me this. If so, then you underestimate me. I am quite well informed about the Vision Hunt Decree.
Know everything that's going on outside?
Not so. Only everything that pertains to eternity. The Vision Hunt Decree has my tacit approval. The Fatui's actions thus far do not constitute a threat to eternity. Otherwise, they would have been purged long ago.
The Vision Hunt Decree is damaging. It comes at a great cost to the people of Inazuma.
Individual ambition is inherently incompatible with eternity. What you might not realize is that all too often, people have far more to lose by chasing their dreams.
Alright, I have a question, lady. Are you seeking eternity as an eternal life, or are you seeking like invulnerability? Those are two different things. All right, because life, someone can just, you know, cut off your head, bury you, and you be alive for eternity, and that's worse than death. So I mean, you gotta make sure you're choosing the right thing. I'm just saying, you know.
Consider this. No one will lose their life on account of having their vision taken away. Rather, those who have lost their lives are the ones who insisted on pursuing their own aspirations, are they not?
Epe.
Traveler, your existence is unique in my eyes. There seems to be limitless uncertainty in you. To put it another way, you are the furthest thing from eternity. So, I won't insist that you comprehend the meaning of my actions. What matters is that I tread the path of eternity on my people's behalf.
That sounds like selfishness. I'm just saying. This is your plane of euthymia. It is treated by your consciousness, yes?
That's right. Huh. I'm surprised you understand it so well. Anyway, you're looking for a chance to shake my will, aren't you?
Not here to debate your ideas. Here to demolish them.
So be it. Well then, you who would defy eternity, time for you to enlighten me.
Oh, so
Do you wish to become the enemy of eternity, traveler?
I do get to fight her. Alright, let's go. Good. Actually, something with crit would be good. Yeah, this would be good. This thing again, then
Lightning falls on the land of eternity.
What a nuisance.
oh yeah, it's a dodger attack or whatever. Well, whatever, it didn't kill me.
Strike dead.
As a good night should.
Evasion is futile.
Wrap up the flame.
This ends now.
Look at you, Boost!
Judgment.
I wonder if it wants me to actually lose. Oh my gosh, are you serious? Oh good, yes, just back to this area. I wonder if it's expecting me to lose or not.
You can't run.
Evasion is futile.
Strike judgment.
Yeah, we.
Shiver.
This ends now. Inferior.
I can't believe her shield literally stays up for so long getting hit.
Inferior.
You can't run.
Evasion is futile.
What a nuisance.
Oh, yeah.
I must leave no stone unturned.
You are an enemy that requires special attention.
Judgment. You can't run.
Can't handle your drink.
Punishment.
Inferior. Instabilities will be removed.
Once more, but away from the enemy, yeah, appears the list still willing to resist. Okay.
I missed a spot.
Inferior.
Dear me, aren't you cutting it rather close? Hmm?
Miko, this was your doing?
Now. Don't forget who taught you how to place your consciousness in objects. Surely you don't think your ambition alone is enough to shake A's will, do you? Though you alone are here, they too have ambitions, which they long since entrusted to you. Now then, close your eyes.
We can abolish the Vision Hunt Decree.
Their wishes.
You can't run. Shiver.
Your verdict is decided. This world, a fleeting shadow.
So, do I have lots of good damage, or is it just... Oh wow, I do. I have armor and damage. Literally, like, Diana would have died.
Without yearning, all returns to silence.
Judgment.
Looks like overtime today. Lights out.
Oh, recharge is fast too.
Time for your arraignment. Boom! Judgment.
Okay, elemental mastery is like off wazoo.
All will be.
Hold on 1 second, I need to check that, yeah, this thing. A trophy obtained from defeating Signora, 8th of the Fatui Harbingers. The Fatui often face the world from behind their masks, and it is said that this is because all they once were mean nothing once they become Fatui, and thus must they forsake their true names and faces alike. Yet the act of giving up all that makes up an I, one's past, and the bonds that come with it is no mean feat. Perhaps it is fair to say that only those who possess an obsession close to or even exceeding the level of delusion might be willing to join this group that so rebels against the heavenly principles, binding their remaining days to their delusions and burning as brightly as stars. Of course, many within the Fatui are simply consumed by power and are simple sadists. Nor are these states necessarily in conflict. A woman whose real name was Rosaline Prushka Lohefalter may have once led a more innocent, naive existence, but that was before her eyes were filled with a raging fire and her innocent days were burned away, before the icy delusion extinguished the flaming tongues that ever gnawed her. Once the frozen might that protected her was shattered by the eternal Outlander, unbound yet no less determined than she was, causing the flames to burst forth once more. Ooh. Alright, let's continue this fight.
All desire can be broken. As a dutiful maid would.
Wow, even she does damage. My shooting was so strong somehow. Except for hers. She just lost her bubble thing so fast. 40,000? Woo!
You can't run.
Steady as stone. Time to clean up.
Stay on us!
Your verdict is decided.
Judgment. You can't run.
You've lost, eh?
Yes, I have.
Why can you not trust your people, and in the power of their ambitions? These ambitions have transcended space and time. They are something that no one can snuff out.
When people move forward with all their might, they can surpass the gods' expectations and even take over the work of the gods.
Is this the lesson you learned from your journey in Liyue?
Yes.
There are nations where humans cast their god aside and stride forward. So are we to just abandon the notion of progress for the sake of wishful thinking?
You and I have both witnessed the great loss that progress can bring. Eternity. Eternity is the only way. When lightning flashes, it casts a shadow. My name means shadow. With my blade, I purged all obstacles to progress. And yet, something was lost with each step forward. In the end, I even lost her. The tales are still retold in the shade of every Thunder Sakura. But the wounds left on our nation by that terrible loss still ache. Never stop searching, even if only for a brief flash of light. If nothing else, we have the present moment. She said that once. But I've seen a nation stride forward and lose everything to the heavenly principles. Perhaps only if time stands still will the lightning's glow never fade. The present moment is a fragile illusion. Only eternity can bring us closer to the heavenly principles. I am no longer the shadow. Mine is the most supreme and noble form. Let power over the realm be vested within me. In this form shall I honor my subjects' dream, for a land of eternity, unchanging forevermore.
The heavenly principles. Irrelevant nonsense as far as I'm concerned. When all's said and done, all you really want is to protect your beloved Inazuma forever and ever. Isn't that right?
That would be something of an oversimplification.
But is this nation worth existing for eternity? Stripped of ambitions, stripped of the potential for change, it does nothing more than simply exist. It is a hollow shell of a nation. I wonder what loss would it really be to anyone if such a nation were destroyed?
Miko, retract your words. Never changing eternity is the promise I made to my people.
But what your people need from you is not your promises. They want your attention. Your divine gaze.
You mean visions? Humans have a lifespan of barely 100 years. They cannot afford to bear any extra losses. But I have experienced it all. That is why I have chosen to guide them along the correct path toward eternity.
But eternity is far too cruel a fate for you, eh?
For me?
Not only have you stopped paying attention to the world, but you have stopped paying attention to yourself. It must have been terribly lonely here, all alone, for centuries on end.
But it is necessary.
You will miss much by refusing progress. You seek to prevent loss, but have you considered all you are losing by remaining here in stasis for all eternity? You are obviously lonely, and yet for the sake of eternity, you choose to stretch your loneliness out to infinity. Tell me this. Why is the sky here that was once so dark glowing again? Why now? This is your plane of euthymia. It's your inner world. So it can only mean that you are happy to see me again. You have found the loneliness here unbearable for a long time now, haven't you?
I have nothing to say to that.
But I have so much to say to you. Let me tell you all that has happened over the last few centuries.
How long will that take?
As a Fox envoy, I have an excellent memory. I recall every detail of the last few centuries with perfect clarity. So it will probably take me another few centuries to relay it to you.
Miko, I never thought I would have the chance to meet with you like this again. Seeing you again is a change to eternity. And a very nice surprise.
Since you are willing to admit that, I suppose that means we can still be friends?
What a childish conversation this is. Anyway, now that I have been defeated by you and your plan, I will honor your wish to abolish the Vision Hunt Decree. But, with regards to eternity, and the question of whether this nation should move forward, I need time to give it some thought.
You are the one who's been acting like a child from the very beginning. As promised, the RAIDEN Shogun abolished the Vision Hunt Decree. Finally, her people's wishes penetrated her locked heart. Beyond the plane of euthymia, she saw what eternity means in the eyes of the world. When one's fervent ambition burns brightly, the gods will cast their gaze upon you. Some ambitions have the power to heal wounds, to bring victory, to inspire hope. But some ambitions outlive their masters long after the soul ascends. They remain as they were in the beginning. Burning bright and true for all eternity.
So what did you guys do in the Raiden Shogun's plane of euthymia anyway? Is the Vision Hunt decree abolished?
Huh? What do you mean is it abolished? Huh? Didn't you just see all that? A movie? It was all thanks to Yae Miko. We conveyed the wishes of the people. Yeah, it was all thanks to her. I forgot to use her item. I forgot about it.
Oh, gotcha. Paimon was super worried, you know. So, maybe the reason Yae Miko is looking for us now is because she wants to thank us. Let's go find her.
Oh. Oh, also, I didn't even notice Paimon wasn't there at all. I didn't even notice she wasn't there. Huh. Okie dokie. Funny.
No, let me try again.
Oh, I got that. Oh, over here. Oh, right. For you. Who are you? Like, I've never seen you before. Yeah, let me get a fortune slit. Hold on. Might be a good fortune. Oh yeah.
May the blossoms of the sacred sakura bloom eternally.
Ooh, a new one. Great fortune. Oh. It's a new one. Cool. What if I go around? Just staring at us. Alright, let me take a look. Oh, I'm missing 2. Wait. Next one. Oh, this. Alright, fine. Oh, not. Oh. Wait, there you go.
Why, hello. If it isn't the triumphant traveler. And why might you be visiting the shrine? A sign of piety, perhaps?
You literally told us to come meet you here!
I was just joking. I've been waiting for you.
Seems like someone's in a pretty good mood.
Mm-hmm. Catching up with an old friend I hadn't seen in years was truly delightful. By the way, I heard that you had a duel before the throne. with a Fatui Harbinger no less. Courageous and astute. I must say, I am most impressed.
It was a spur of the moment thing. Yeah, she was. I don't like her. I don't know what came over me. I know, I definitely know what came over me.
Defeating Signora head-on in a duel means that your strength exceeds my expectations. Still, you did end up victorious. I gather congratulations are in order.
Sure feels good to finally thwart the Fatui plan for once. They caused plenty of trouble along the way, but at the very least, they didn't get their hands on another Gnosis.
Wait a second. Did you say Gnosis? As in, the little thing that looks something like a chess piece?
Yep, that's the one. You've seen one too? Gnosis belong to the Seven. They're what keep them connected to Celestia.
Oh.
What's wrong?
I handed that over.
Huh? What? Why? Why? Huh? Hmm?
You did what now?
Well, how else was I supposed to save your skin from the balladeer exactly?
Wait, what? Does that mean the Fatui gave you that? Or... Huh. Gnosis is long gone then.
The balladeer is number 6 of the Fatui Harbingers. In terms of strength, he is superior to Signora. I'm not the kind of person who risks life and limb for any old reason.
For once, Paimon just does not know what to say.
Oh, why was the Gnosis in your hands?
After A created her puppet vessel, she no longer had anywhere to put it. As her erstwhile closest friend, A handed it over to me, and I've kept it in the Grand Narukami Shrine ever since. She no longer needs the power of the Gnosis, and in any case, she tells me she has severed ties with Celestia. Thus, the Gnosis became not only useless, but also a potential source of conflict. Is that not a good bargain, exchanging it for the one at the core of the plan? Judging by the results, at least, I dare say I struck a good deal.
When you put it like that, Paimon has to agree. The Traveler is worth more than a Gnosis.
I wonder we haven't seen the balladeer since. Never knew I could fetch such a high price. High price.
Well, what's done is done. And I hardly think we'll be getting it back now. Let's leave the past in the past. So anyway, you still haven't told us why you called us here today.
It's to thank you.
Really?
You intend to travel all over Teyvat, and the time has come for the Inazuma leg of your trip to come to an end, has it not? As a mark of my gratitude, I will answer any questions you may have about the road ahead or the events of the past. What would you like to know about?
Any? Oh, I'd like to know all of it. About the Shogun puppet.
That puppet was built with technology that has been lost to time. Perhaps she, as a god, is the only one privy to the knowledge of its origins. Still, there's one other thing on this topic that I suspect you may be curious to know. Before A began modifying her own godly form, she took it upon herself to create a prototype puppet.
So, you mean there are 3 Raiden Shoguns?
No. The prototype was merely a proof of concept. Its appearance and intellect were not based on A. It was a test. The original plan was for A to simply discard it. But perhaps A thought this to be too cruel, because in the end she chose only to seal the power within it. Later, this puppet wandered Inazuma as an ordinary human male with his own consciousness, until the Fatui took an interest in him.
Ugh! Not the Fatui!
Some eccentric geniuses in the ranks of the Fatui made adjustments to the prototype, not only unsealing his power, but very likely rendering him even more formidable than his original specifications.
Oh. Well, I mean, before, after she said that, only person that came to mind was that, the person that's kind of like Paimon, the guy that I think followed or was traveling with my twin. So I'm assuming that's who she's talking about. Surely you don't mean.
Mm-hmm. The object of divine creation is now the one who has taken possession of the Gnosis. And the prototype puppet is now known as the Balladeer.
What a crazy story!
It is, isn't it? Who can say whether it's coincidence or destiny?
Fun. But I still don't know who the Balladeer is. My mind is blanking on it hard. About the former Raiden Shogun.
I'm surprised an outlander like you is aware that there was once a change of Electro Archon. Few citizens of Inazuma are aware of this.
Also, when the camera changed to that weird position, that wasn't me. That was the game. For no reason, just changed that weird position behind the tree. And also, yeah, that I mean, clearly, if the Electro Archon was her, I mean, I'm pretty sure she wouldn't have given us her power.
Morax told us. He said that the Electro Archon Ball has passed away.
Yes. The truth of the matter is that there were two twin gods, Baal and Beelzebul.
Twin gods?
They won the Archon War together, and when Baal established the shogunate, Beelzebul became her Kagemusha, or shadow warrior. In other words, she acted as Baal's body double. Beelzebul is A, with whom we are now both acquainted. Baal's name was Makoto. As far as the world was aware, there were not two, but one. They complemented each other, and they ruled Inazuma jointly, so there was no need for the public to know the truth. In fact, the name Baal and the title of Raiden Shogun was understood to refer to both of them. Right up until...
Until what?
Makoto died several hundred years ago in a war that I was not personally involved in. Since then, A has assumed the shogunate.
Losing her sister must have been super hard on A.
100 years ago. Anria.
That was when A began to change. Makoto was her greatest loss.
Paimon feels like she understands A a lot better now after finding that out. So what kind of god was Makoto?
I didn't spend a great deal of time with her, but my impression was she was a gentle god, who in each moment cherished the beauty of what was before her.
Wow.
Hold on, let's wait
I'm
to this.
surprised.
Morat still.
Yes.
Here's the other option.
They won the Arch Beelzebul as far as the world. In fact,
until what?
Makoto died.
Losing her sister must have been super.
That was when A began to change.
Oh.
Paimon feels like she.
I didn't spend a great deal.
Wow.
Fine. About my brother.
Sorry, I haven't a clue. I'm also unfamiliar with the god you describe. But if you still have doubts about A, I would say they are misplaced. Not only does she not fit your description, but she voluntarily gave up her gnosis long ago, severing her ties with Celestia in the process.
Having met her, I don't believe she was the one. No, I mean she was the lady was fire and blocks. That's about it. Blocks. Yeah, blocks. Was that Celestia? Because I'm pretty sure it was in like it looked like it was in the heavens, right? In the beginning of the game.
That's good to hear. Otherwise, given that I'm her familiar, it could have made our relationship rather awkward, don't you think?
Don't worry, we aren't looking to pick a fight with you.
I wish you the best of luck. May you soon discover the truth behind it all. As for your brother's whereabouts, I will use all the resources at my disposal to investigate it, and I will also borrow some of Ayato's people from the Shiumatsuban. I'll let you know if I find out anything. Consider it part of my means of thanking you.
Oh, thank you. The next stop on my journey.
After leaving Inazuma, I think it would be easiest for you to go to Sumeru.
Ooh, Sumeru! We've run into loads of scholars from there on our journey so far.
Yes, well, Sumeru is the land of the god of wisdom, where the quest for wisdom and knowledge is never-ending. But their obsession gives rise to some truly inexplicable things. For example, in Sumeru, knowledge is holistically managed as a resource.
Knowledge is a resource?
Yes. I don't know whether it was the sages or Lesser Lord Kusanali who came up with the idea.
Lesser Lord Kusanali? That's a cute name.
Oh, you haven't heard. Lesser Lord Kusanali is the deity in whom the people of Sumeru place their faith. It's their chosen term of endearment for her. I'm sure you must have some things to discuss with her too. I wish you all the best.
I have no more questions.
Are you sure? Okay then. Oh, Traveler. Do you still have the Omamori I gave you?
Of course, I'll keep it in a safe place.
Keep it safe? Is that all you intend to do with it? There was me thinking that you might hang it around your neck to show off to the world, telling everyone who inquired that it was given to you by none other than Yae Miko, the wise and beautiful.
Who in their right mind would do that?
Okay, I'll stop. Now, a question for you. Traveler, what is your ambition?
To be reunited with my brother, I guess. Yes.
I see. But that is merely a small goal, based on what preoccupies you here and now. Your ambition should be something that transcends the world below and the starry sky above. Something that shines in unison with fate itself. Perhaps the reason you do not possess a vision is that such an ambition has yet to be engendered within you. It's a possibility. Continue on your journey, and maybe that moment will come to pass.
The presence over mortals. Ooh. I don't know what engendered means. I actually never heard that word before.
Oh, did that all get a little heavy for you? I think you prefer me when I'm just teasing you, don't you?
I just want to see what was she gonna say.
Are you sure? Okay then, keep it safe. There was me.
Who in their
I see. Your ambition perhaps the continue on your
May the blossoms of the sacred sakura.
Okie dokie. Okay, so let's take a look at it. An memorial that served a critical purpose within the plane of Euthymia. According to Yae Miko, this item was given to you by the lovely sagacious Lady Yae Miko. According to her. Anra.
By the protection of the electro.
Whoa. And we have Imperatrix Ambrosia. Next episode. So I hope you guys enjoyed this crazy episode of Wrath of the Waifu Genshin Impact, where we literally that was awesome. The whole last cutscene was just freaking awesome. The fighting and everything. I hope you guys enjoyed it. And this episode, this long episode, sorry for the beginning where I explored that other land. Oopsies. I just got sidetracked. But anyways, hope you guys enjoyed this episode. If you guys did, then please smash that like button, subscribe down below for more awesome videos. Don't forget to ring that little bell to get notifications of my uploads. Thank you everybody for watching this episode, and you guys will hear me in the next video. Goodbye!